cursed personal alarm. One rainy night, something tragic happened on an embankment, roughly a 10-minute walk from the school. A third-grade girl from my school was on her way home from cram school when she fell into an irrigation ditch and died. It was a dangerous spot because when it rained too much, it became impossible to tell where the road ended and where the irrigation began. That was why people stayed away from that area when it rained. It was said that when they found her body, she was gripping a personal alarm. She was no doubt desperately pressing it, hoping that somebody would save her. But the sound of the heavy rain sadly drowned out her SOS call. That incident caused a new rumour to begin spreading around the school. The spirit of a girl holding a red umbrella would appear by the irrigation ditch on rainy days, and she would continually ring her personal alarm. If so, then it was no doubt true that the girl was angry that nobody saved her. I thought that maybe she was trying to make somebody else suffer the same fate. I heard it the other rainy day. I heard one of the girls from class once saw a girl with a red umbrella. Apparently, a small girl tried to grab someone from the nearby school and drag them in. I was terrified, and whether I was on my way to or from school or playing with my friends, I made sure never to go near that location. One rainy day. I had to stay behind late at school to practice for the arts festival. Unfortunately, I forgot to bring my personal alarm with me, so I had to rush home before it got dark. I decided to take a shortcut. The only way to get home quickly, however, was to pass by that irrigation ditch. Still, I wanted to get home as soon as possible, so I thought everything would be okay if I ran. The rain hit my face, making it hard to see, but I didn't let it bother me. I ran so fast that it was like my heart was going to burst from my chest. The rain grew heavier, so much so that I could barely keep my eyes open. But still I continued running, as fast as my legs would carry me. As soon as I turned the next corner, I'd finally be at the road with the ditch. I summoned up all my strength and turned the corner. Pasha, pasha, pasha. The only sound around was that of my feet hitting the ground. Pasha, 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 pasha. The rain was so heavy, and it was scary not being able to see anything, but if I didn't open my eyes, then I wouldn't be able to run. I squinted as much as I could and continued running. The rain got even heavier, and the water seemed to undulate like waves in the ditch beside the road. Then, as I looked ahead for the umpteenth time, something vaguely red entered my vision. Somebody was there. Chills ran down my spine. But it would be even more frightening if I stopped, so I decided to keep running. Pasha, 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 pasha. I did my best to run without looking at it, but as I got closer, I couldn't help but see it more clearly. No doubt about it, it was a girl with a red umbrella. I focused all my energy on keeping my eyes shut as tightly as I could. I ran right past her, singing the song from one of my favorite idols as loudly as I could in my head. I continued running as fast as I could, and then, when I opened my eyes a little, just a little once more, I realized I'd reached the floodgates at the end of the ditch. Once I reached the riverbed and passed over the bridge, I'd almost be home. Just a little further. Then, right as I said that, zururi. Kya! My feet slipped on a wet manhole and I went tumbling hard to the ground. And because I'd been running so fast, once I hit the ground, I continued falling forward into the ditch. Pasha! Next thing I knew, I was in the water. In the muddy waters, I had no idea what was going on. I couldn't even tell if I was facing up or down. I had fallen into the water, just like that girl who died did. At this rate, I'd soon drown. Help! Even as I tried to scream, it got drowned out by the water. Help me! Help me! I can't breathe! The only thing I could do was scream inwardly. It was so suffocating that I was starting to pass out. As I was about to drown, I saw the red girl looking down at me. Was she in this much pain when she died? That was the last thought I had before I passed out. When I opened my eyes, I was surrounded by people looking at me. "Thank goodness! You're alive!" someone said, and everyone looked happy. Ah, I realized, these people had saved my life. If we didn't hear the sound of your alarm, we wouldn't have reached you in time. Right? I was surprised as well. I was watching TV when I suddenly heard something beeping. Personal alarms sure are loud, huh? I had pressed the personal alarm while I was unconscious. Or so I thought, but when I looked at where the alarm always hung from my bag, it suddenly hit me. My alarm wasn't there. Of course it wasn't. I had forgotten it at home. I realized something. Perhaps it was that girl with the red umbrella who rang the alarm to save me. She wasn't angry that nobody was able to save her. She just rang the alarm on rainy days because she didn't want anyone to suffer the same fate that she did. A short while later, they filled in that irrigation ditch. It's no longer dangerous to pass by that area, even on rainy days. That girl with the red umbrella must be feeling relieved these days as well. Latchkey Ghost. There was nobody left in the park. They had just been playing cops and robbers, but now Yuichiro-kun, Ryota-kun, Minako-chan, and Keiko-chan, they'd all gone home. I gotta go home now. Bye-bye. My mum will be worried about me, so bye-bye. They waved their hands and then all left. They all disappeared and Atsushi alone remained at the park. He thought about what he should do next. Evening was approaching. Maybe I should go home too. But even if he did, nobody would be there. It happened when Atsushi started the 2nd grade. His parents handed him a key to the house. His mother was about to start work. The house would often be empty when he got home now, so take this key. Atsushi was sad. Up until that point, his mother always waited for him and then put some snacks out. She would cook dinner in the kitchen while he watched evening anime in the living room. That was how things always were. But now, he just waited in the cold, empty living room. The park was wrapped in orange light. It was already evening. Soon, it would be pitch black. He'd be all alone if he returned home, but it was better than being here. He'd watch some TV and wait for his parents to come home. Then, just as Atsushi was about to leave, "Hey, let's play!" A voice called out. Atsushi turned around and 2 boys stood nearby. They looked similar to each other. The only difference was their height. Were they brothers? Both of them wore name tags. The tall boy was Kadota Tsuyoshi. The short boy was Kadota Susumu. The silent Tsuyoshi smiled at Atsushi. "What's your name?" "Atsushi." "Atsushi, huh? So, you're a latchkey kid too, right?" "So are we." "So, why don't we play a bit longer till our parents return?" Tsuyoshi said and showed his key. It rattled with a keychain of a hero character who was popular the year before. "Ah, yeah. Sure. Yeah, he might as well take the opportunity to play with these kids for a bit. Yeah, let's play." "Alright, well, what do you want to do?" "Cops and robbers!" Susumu screamed this time. Atsushi had just played that game with his friends. But it was a fun game, yeah. He could play it again. When Atsushi nodded, Tsuyoshi drew a circle in the dirt with a stick. This was the jail. Robbers who got caught had to go in there. The boys played rock, paper, scissors. Atsushi became the cop, and Tsuyoshi and Susumu became robbers. Atsushi chased desperately after the boys. First he went after the smaller one, Susumu. He caught him quickly, leaving Tsuyoshi for next. He was quick, but Atsushi soon caught him. Next, Atsushi and Susumu were robbers, and Tsuyoshi was the cop. And so, the 3 boys ran around the park. "Wait, Tsuyoshi! No, I don't want to get caught by Atsushi! Run, bro!" Their surroundings started getting dark. The swings, jungle gym and slide stood out in the faint light from the streetlights. But Atsushi was having so much fun that he forgot all about the time. The 3 of them were latchkey kids, and neither their fathers nor mothers were at home. Their circumstances were no doubt very similar. He oddly felt like they really hit it off. Atsushi was the robber again for the umpteenth time. He ran like crazy around the park, trying to escape from the cop, Susumu. Then he found the hero keychain with the key attached lying on the ground. Maybe Tsuyoshi dropped it. He put it in his pocket so he could give it back later. "Atsushi-kun, gotcha!" Susumu touched him at the moment he put the key in his pocket. "Damn. Alright, I'll enter the jail." "Yay!" Susumu yelled, grabbing Atsushi's hand and trying to drag him to the jail. That very same moment, Atsushi unconsciously tried to withdraw his hand. Susumu's hands were so cold that it shocked him. Still, he entered the circle drawn in the dirt with a bitter grin. Then, Susumu started chasing after Tsuyoshi. Atsushi watched them run around for a while. But then, finally, he noticed something. The hands on the clock in the park were pointing close to 7 p.m. already. His mum should be home by now. He had to go home too. And so, he tried to step outside the jail circle. But then something strange happened. He couldn't leave. He couldn't step outside that circle, like invisible walls were keeping him in. There's no way. Hey, Tsuyoshi? Susumu? He called out over and over to the two boys, but they kept running around as though they couldn't hear him. Why was this happening? Atsushi looked up and saw the two boys running around the park in the dim light of the streetlights. As he followed them, he saw something terrifying. For just a moment under the streetlights, their faces looked like creepy skulls. He watched them closely, thinking he was just seeing things, but that really was how it looked. Wah! What on earth are they? What will happen to me if I don't get out of here? Suddenly growing fearful, he looked around, trying to find someone nearby, and saw a woman passing by the park. Atsushi screamed as loud as he could. "Help me! I can't get out of here!" But the woman didn't seem to hear him at all. She didn't notice Tsuyoshi or Susumu playing nearby either. She rushed past the park and then disappeared. She didn't hear him. Did that mean he really couldn't get out of there? Had he been trapped by ghosts? Even if he wanted to go home, he'd be stuck there forever? No! He would find a way out of that jail. He thought about what to do, but was out of options. At that moment, he just happened to touch his pocket. Oh yeah, he still had that. Tsuyoshi, hey, you dropped your key. He couldn't be scared. He had to get out of there as soon as possible. He held the keychain with the hero on it out. Tsuyoshi stopped moving and looked at him. He slowly approached the jail. Sorry, we forgot all about you. Tsuyoshi reached out to grab the key, but Atsushi pulled his hand back. Let me out of here. Then play with us a little longer. Play with us forever. I have to go. My mum is home already. Is that so? All right. Fine. You are alive after all. Having said that, Tsuyoshi kicked the line in the dirt away with his feet. Atsushi extended his foot and was able to leave the jail. With his eyes on the boys, he stepped back. Hey, let's play together a little more. Susumu looked sad, but Atsushi answered, Sorry, I have to go home. See ya. He took another step back. Then he threw the key at Tsuyoshi, turned around, and ran for the park exit. Tsuyoshi and Susumu ran after him. Quickly, He had to get away. He turned around once he reached the exit. The boys weren't chasing him. They were playing cops and robbers together again. Over here, Susumu! Wait, Tsuyoshi! The two of them appeared faintly in the dark park, like two black silhouettes running through the shadows. Maybe they were always playing cops and robbers, without stop. With that on his mind, Atsushi left the park. Then he ran all the way home through the night streets, as fast as his feet would carry him. Give me some too. Generally, most transfer students are looked at as outsiders. That's why I thought it was cruel when I suddenly heard that story. But it really did happen. The world sure is full of strange things. On the first day I transferred to this school, I was immediately put in charge of school lunches for our class. I had to put out the stew. Then Honda Akiko-chan, who was also in charge of putting out the stew, whispered in my ear. Yoshizaki-san, if you hear a voice saying, "Give me some too," after you've already given everyone their lunch, put the leftover stew in a bowl and leave it on a table. I asked why, and Akiko-chan replied with a serious look on her face. That voice is a ghost. A ghost? I shook my head, thinking it was a joke, but she continued, the look on her face still serious. Apparently, one of the boys from their class, Mihashi Yoshio, died this last summer. One terribly hot day, he turned on the air conditioner in his room. While he was stuffing himself with food, he then suddenly had a heart attack. And after that, whenever it was lunchtime at school, he appeared as a ghost asking for more food. Apparently, the boys and girls in class with a strong sixth sense were even able to see him. And if people didn't give him food, then he would hang around the classroom until after school, staring at everyone. They had talked to the teacher about it several times, but they were afraid and had taken to eating in the teacher's room instead. No way! This school was actually haunted? That was impossible. They had to be teasing me because I was new. That was what I thought as I carried the stew from the lunchroom to the classroom with Akiko-chan at lunchtime. Everyone in the class lined up, and we finished putting out the stew. Then, I really did hear a voice coming from somewhere. Give me some too! I turned to look in the direction of the voice before I could stop myself, and there was a boy standing there. He was big and round. He looked like he was 100 kilos or so. Akiko-chan trembled and held out a bowl for me. There was no way there was actually a ghost right there. No, they had to be making fun of me because I was a transfer student. Someone was no doubt just pretending to be a ghost. But looking closer, half of his body was transparent. You could see right through him. It really was a ghost. My hand trembled. But then I got angry again. Damn it. You think you can make a fool of me just because I'm new? Who would beg for food after death? What an awful fat belly. So I thought, and I screamed before I could stop myself. Hey! I don't have any lunch for you! Get out of my sight! Everyone in the class froze. Then they all broke into a panic. He's going to punish us! One kid screamed as they got under their desk. I'm going home, another said, grabbing their bag and running from the classroom. But I didn't take my eyes off the ghost of Nihashi-kun. Time for another attack. Why are you so round? You should go on a diet. His eyes looked sad, and then he disappeared. Someone in the room let out the breath they'd been holding. Maybe I went too far, I said, feeling relieved as I looked at Akiko-chan. She was sitting on the floor. She had taken out some prayer beads from somewhere and was chanting as she trembled. Suddenly, everyone surrounded me. That was amazing, new kid! Yoshizaki Reiko-san is our savior! But, sadly for me, it was unanimously agreed after that I would be left in charge of school lunches for a while. And then, as if on purpose, Nihashi-kun's ghost showed up again the next day. Once I was done putting out the stew for everyone and was about to clean up, I heard his voice again. Give me some too. I looked over, and his transparent ghost stood there, looking apologetic. His cheeks were a little more hollow, because he didn't eat the day before. I felt just a little bad for him, but I couldn't give in to him now. I glared at him with a stern look on my face. You're back, huh? You mustn't eat too much. Just put up with it. This time, he cried. Then he slowly looked down at the ground and disappeared. Everyone in the classroom cheered. Then they all turned to look at me. Akiko-chan approached me with a worried look on her face and asked, Reiko-chan, aren't you afraid of ghosts or curses or stuff? It wasn't like I wasn't afraid. But as a transfer student, I thought I shouldn't let that round ghost run all over me. Thus, I had readied myself. Who would win the battle? The transfer student or the ghost? Yet, Nihashi-kun's ghost showed up undaunted the next day, and the day after that. Give me some too. And I answered him without hesitation. And each time, he cried before disappearing. But even after a week had passed, he still persistently showed up. And apparently he was showing up even more frequently than before. Why did he keep showing up even after I said those things to him? Finally, my classmates started talking about something. Maybe Nihashi-kun liked me. Maybe he likes when she says mean things to him. Finally, they even ended up drawing a love umbrella on the blackboard with both our names underneath. But on the other hand, something was clearly changing. Each time Nihashi-kun's ghost appeared, it was getting thinner. At first, it was just his cheeks that lost a bit of weight, But before long, his body got thinner too. Then, during the second week that I was in charge of lunch, I heard Akiko-chan talking to another girl at the start of lunchtime. Hey, don't you think Nihashi-kun is kinda handsome? He is. I didn't notice it when he was fat, but he's pretty good looking. When I looked at his ghost that day, he was pretty handsome, and the type of guy that girls would like. Give me some too. Putting that aside, you're pretty handsome, huh? You're looking good, I said, and he looked at me in surprise, and then blushed. Yeah. First, you've got to get a haircut and cut your nails. You should shower too. Yeah, and change out of that jersey. If you got some better fitting clothes, you could go for a whole new look, I said, and Nihashi-kun's ghost looked serious. Then he slowly disappeared. He appeared again the next day, but that was the last time. I was done putting out the stew for lunch, but I didn't hear Nihashi-kun's voice. Finding it strange, I looked around and saw his ghost standing in the back of the room. But he looked different to usual. His hair was smoothed back, and his skin had a healthy shine to it as well. His clothes were also a neat slim fit, like they were tailor-made. His slim build and smiling face gave him a refreshing appearance I'd never seen before. The other kids noticed him too. They screamed, but it wasn't in fear. They were the happy screams of girls who had seen their favorite idol from TV or the stage. As he stood there in silence, I gently spoke to him. You look great, Nihashi-kun. Well done. You can have some stew if you want. I put the leftover stew in a bowl, but he slowly shook his head. Then he politely lowered his head to me and the rest of the class before looking up at the ceiling. The classroom ceiling was full of stars. Nihashi-kun slowly floated up towards them, like he was being blown gently on the breeze. At that moment, I suddenly realized something. At the same time, Nihashi-kun reached the ceiling, but then he kept on going, higher and higher. He passed through it and kept on going towards the sky. It was like watching a movie, and we watched Nihashi-kun climb to the sky. He was no doubt on his way to heaven. No doubt he'd be happy there. Goodbye, I whispered. As I expected, Nihashi-kun's ghost didn't show up the next day. Some of the girls in class were sad about that. The girls who had discovered that he was handsome. They started a fan club dedicated to him, with Akiko-chan as the leader. As for me, I made lots of friends because they were thankful I helped his ghost move on. Although it seemed a few of the boys were scared of me. Well, it would serve as a great introduction whenever I transferred again, I thought. A few days later, when things had calmed down, our teacher spoke to us about what happened. We are alive because we eat. But unlike animals, eating isn't the only pleasure in life. Yoshizaki-san was able to teach Nihashi-kun's ghost about that. That was why he moved on to heaven. Everyone listened in admiration, but I secretly thought something else. No, that wasn't it. It was simply that his body was too heavy to float, right? Late Night Headless Rider. Have you ever heard of the ghost story called the Headless Rider? When you're driving your car late at night, you pass a motorcycle. Then you realize that the rider has no head. This story isn't exclusive to Japan, but is known all over the world. Maybe you've encountered him before as well. And it was so shocking that it planted you on your backside. If so, then let me take this opportunity to apologize. Eh? Why am I apologizing? Because that rider is me. At any rate, the Headless Rider is me. It was 3 years ago when I became the Headless Rider. I was still only 16 and, without my high school's knowledge, I secretly got a bike license. Ever since I was a child and saw Japan's #1 Yankee on that incredible speed machine, I wanted one of my own. During the summer and winter holidays, I worked my heart out to save for a bike, and then I bought one. It happened late one night when I was out riding on the highway. A single cat suddenly ran out in front of my bike. Look out! I had to dodge it, and so I turned the handlebars. I ran straight into the guardrail. I went flying through the air with my bike. The scenery spread out before me slowly, like in slow motion, and numerous thoughts filled my mind. Then it happened. I noticed something strange. It was gone. Gone. My head was gone. Maybe it happened in the impact, but my head went flying far into the distance. Needless to say, I wasn't too pleased with that. Nothing more than a torso, I quickly stood up and started looking for my head. It was rolling down the opposite side of the road. I wanted to grab it right away, but it was being tossed around like a soccer ball by several cars. It went over a cliff, fell into the river, and then floated away. My head was gone. Even I, who had never flinched in the face of any biker gang, was shocked. Would I pass on to the other side just like this? But humans kinda need their heads, and my Yankee pride wouldn't let me pass over without my head. I'd just have to find a substitute then. I left the scene of the accident, went into a field, then put a watermelon where my head was supposed to be. Then I checked myself out in my bike mirror. What a fool I looked. A Halloween pumpkin would be better than this. After this act of stupidity, I finally understood. It had to be a human head. There was nothing else I could do, so I set out to find a human head. I wanted to move over to the other side once I was whole. After that, it went as you might expect. Night after night, I got on my bike and rode up and down the highways. I started looking for car accidents where I might find a head to make my own. Some of my headless rider friends would cause drivers to crash, hoping to steal their heads. But I didn't like that. I didn't want a head so badly that I'd kill someone for theirs. That's why I searched for accidents and just rode my bike around. And just like that, I spent 3 years looking for the head of a dead person. My life had fallen into ruin. But recently, things had changed. To tell you the truth, recently I've made friends with a human girl. Late one night a month ago, I was riding around the highways, looking for a head like always. I went all the way to a highway I don't usually visit, and I was waiting at a set of lights by the intersection. I noticed the lights were on in a single room in the hospital on the intersection corner. An elementary second grade girl waved at me from the window. "Hey! Come over here! Mr. Headless Man!" I was surprised. But I got off my bike and jumped up to her third-floor window. "Aren't you scared of me?" "I'm a ghost without a head." "Not at all. You sometimes ride up and down that road on your bike at night, don't you?" The girl with skin as pale as a French doll smiled at me. Her face looked so innocent, the type of person to take anything in. According to the girl, she was gravely sick and about to die any time now. "I have maybe 6 months left. That's why seeing ghosts doesn't surprise me now." "Is that so?" "I think you'll be able to move on to heaven. No doubt about it." "Thanks. So, do you mind if I wave at you every night now? It's boring staring outside at night." After that, I added that intersection to my road map. Whenever I passed by it late at night, that girl would wave to me from the third-floor hospital window. "I hope you can find a head and pass over soon." "Thanks. See ya." And so my painful, daily search for a head grew more fun. Sometimes the girl invited me into her hospital room for tea and let me warm up in front of the heater. Then she would innocently tell me about her beloved school and friends. "I'm glad I was born. My life has been fun," she said numerous times. And I happily listened to her as I drank my tea. But those happy days weren't to last. Last week, the girl's condition suddenly changed, and she was moved to another hospital with better facilities. An ambulance parked in front of the hospital and she was carried out on a stretcher. I stopped my bike at the intersection and sat down on the cold road. Then I prayed to the gods. I didn't care how long it took me to find a head, so please, whether it's for 1 second or even 1 minute longer, let that girl live. I mean, the thought that such a girl as her could die at only 7 or 8 years old, it was too much to bear. But then, the accident happened. Suddenly, a truck came speeding towards the ambulance and then slammed into it. The ambulance flipped over. The little girl was flung out and landed on the road. "Are you for real?" The truck reversed, got back on the highway, and tried to flee. Was he really gonna hit and run? I turned my bike on and chased after him. Gripping the clutch in my left hand, I switched straight into top gear. With my right hand, I let her rip and soon caught up to the truck who had ignored the traffic lights. Riding beside him, I saw an old man, his face bright red, gripping the steering wheel tightly. You gotta be kidding me! This drunk driving asshole! I picked up speed again and overtook the truck. Then I turned around and suddenly showed myself right in front of him. Seeing me, a headless rider, suddenly appear right in front of him, the driver's face tensed. He panicked and slammed on the brakes, turning the steering wheel. But the truck was going too fast for him to control. Just like that, the truck ran into a sign on the side of the road. That's what you get for drunk driving. And so the driver was arrested, and I, a headless rider, was able to do the only thing I could to help a human. After that, I fled the scene of the accident. The little girl was gone. An oncoming car had sent her flying. She had disappeared somewhere, just like my head. But there, on the road, was the head of a beautiful girl, like a French doll. It was a human head, what I'd been looking for so long. But all I could do was pick it up and hold it close. I cried. Holding that girl's head, I cried and cried. Then she slowly opened her eyes and said something to me. Thank you. But please, don't cry. I'm okay. You don't have to worry about me. How did she know I was crying? I was a pathetic ghost without a head. That was it. She really was a girl deserving of passing on to heaven. Then I had a thought. I couldn't let her pass on to heaven as just a head. That would be too sad. That one thing alone I couldn't allow to happen. No. Let's go together. Eh? Let's go find them. My head and your body. Tears filled her eyes and spilt forth. If you happen to see a girl's head and a headless rider on a highway somewhere, please pray that we find what we're looking for. I dunno. It was just before March when rumours started to spread that our school was haunted. People said that if you walked down the hall in the west building, then you could hear strange sounds coming from somewhere. It apparently sounded something like this. Nobody knew what on earth the sounds were. The night before, the boys in our class walked around the west building. The toilets, the music room, the science room, the audio-visual room. They checked all the usual rooms you hear about in ghost stories. But nothing strange happened, and they couldn't figure out what the noises were. Naturally, they apparently ran home before they were done though. You guys are so pathetic. You were scared, weren't you? Shut up. Why don't you go then, huh, Kajiyama? And so, Next it was our turn, the girls. After school that day, I dragged my classmate Nami with me to the 3rd floor of the West Building. We walked down the hall, bathed in the orange light of the setting sun, when Nami suddenly clung to me. Keiko! I can hear it! I can hear something! Eh? I listened closely, and she was right. I could hear a sound coming from somewhere. Come on, Keiko. Let's go home. Calm down. It's okay. But where is that sound coming from? I recalled what the boys said. It wasn't the toilets, the music room, the science room, nor the audio-visual room. Hang on. I'd heard those sounds before. Yeah, it was something us girls were used to hearing. I know where the sound is coming from. Let's go. I grabbed Nami's unwilling hand and started walking. My destination? The home economics room. Yes, that sound was the sound of cooking. Of vegetables being chopped. Ton ton ton, ton ton ton. The sound of vegetables being peeled. Shadi shadi, shadi shadi, shadi. Looking into the home economics room from the window, a light shone vaguely in the back of the room. A single girl was there, cooking something. The two of us fell silent when we saw her. Isn't that Yoko-chan from the class next door? It was Takasaki Yoko-chan from the next class over. She had died from illness 3 months earlier. Yet there she was, right in front of us. She continued cooking in silence, unaware of us. Listening closer, I could make out that she was muttering something. I dunno. I dunno. She kept repeating it over and over. The two of us grew so frightened upon seeing a ghost that we ran away. Hey! We both jumped. Nervously, we turned around. Yoko-chan's ghost stood right next to the window. The two of us fell back and onto the ground. She was gonna kill us. That was our first thought. But instead, she just looked sadly at us. I dunno. I dunno. Nami and I looked at each other. She was a little different to the ghost we were expecting. We tried to talk to her. What's wrong? I dunno. I dunno. You don't know what? Then Nami noticed something. Maybe she doesn't know how to cook. We broke into groups for our home economics lessons, right? She's all alone, so she probably doesn't know all of the steps. After thinking it over, we turned to Yoko-chan's ghost. Hey, Yoko-chan, why don't the three of us make it? Then you'll know what to do, yeah? After a moment of silence, she gave a small nod. I declared cheerfully, "All right, then it's decided. Hang on, all right? We'll come over to you right now." Both of us made our way towards the home economics room. On the way, Nami said something to me. I think she must have wanted to take part in the cooking class. That's why she's still trying, even now she's a ghost. So then she'll disappear once we're done. Nami tilted her head, as if to say she didn't know. As we went inside, Yoko-chan's ghost waited for us in her apron. Well, let's begin. Yoko-chan? She nodded silently. Peeled potatoes, carrots, and onions sat on the counter. Seemed she had finished preparing most of the ingredients. Is this curry? Yoko-chan nodded silently. Okay, then let's continue. First, we have to lightly fry the vegetables and meat. Come on, you try it. Yoko-chan started slowly frying the meat in the pan. A delicious smell filled the room. And next, we lightly fry the vegetables. Can you do that? Yoko-chan nodded silently. Cha-cha-cha. That's it. You're doing great. We both clapped excitedly. And so the three of us lost ourselves in cooking. An hour later, the eagerly awaited curry was finished. It's done! Nami and I high-fived each other. Yoko-chan wanted to join in on the fun, but being a ghost, she gave up. But she seemed somehow happy. That's great, Yoko-chan. The curry is done, Nami said. Then I spoke. Now can you move on to heaven? Without answering, Yoko-chan's ghost nodded silently. Hey, Yoko-chan. I reached out to touch her shoulder. But then, she started muttering something. I dunno. Nami and I looked at each other. That's not true at all. We made it together, so you know how to now, right? The two of us panicked and tried to convince her. As usual, Yoko-chan's ghost nodded silently. I dunno. I started to get annoyed. We spent all that time making curry with you in this hour and it was all for nothing? Hey, what don't you know? Seeing me angry, Nami started to panic. Hey, Keiko, that's enough. No, I have something I want to say, so I'm gonna say it. With her eyes constantly on the ground, Yoko-chan's ghost slowly looked up at me. She seemed somewhat sad. I dunno. Like I said, what don't you know? The curtain billowed in the wind. This time, as the moonlight lit up her face, Yoko-chan looked angry. Her eyes flung wide open, her mouth opened wide. She screamed at us. I dunno what anything tastes like now that I'm dead. Crime Prevention Patrol. The PTA at the school 5th grader Murai Emu went to took part in crime prevention patrols. When all the children started to go home in the evening, parents wearing yellow armbands with crime prevention written on them walked around town. One day after 3 p.m, Emu was walking home down an alley after saying goodbye to her friend when she saw a patrol car parked nearby. People ran out of their houses nearby and there was quite a fuss. I wonder what happened. Curious, Emu went to take a closer look. 4 police officers surrounded an unshaven man. It's true! I really am a member of the PTA. Look at this! The man impatiently tapped his yellow crime prevention armband. Would someone suspicious really have one of these? Well, on the contrary, they just might. So they could pretend to be on patrol. The officer looked at the man with sharp eyes. The armband alone is meaningless. Can you show us a license or some sort of ID? Well, I don't have any on me right now. The man scratched his beard, clearly troubled. Dad! Emu ran for him. Oh, Emu! Are you on your way home now? What happened? Well, I'm on crime prevention patrol today. I made sure to put my armband on and I was walking around this area. But I made a mistake and wandered into someone's yard. And so, someone called us. One of the officers said. This man is Murai Yusuke, my father. He really is on patrol for the PTA. Emu said, and then the officers looked at each other and nodded. Understood. Well then, please take care not to enter other people's yards again. The patrol car left, people returned to their homes, and Emu and her father were the only ones left. Dad, you need to be more careful. Yeah, my bad. Are you going to finish your patrol? Well, it is my day for it. I have to finish it properly. But what about your work? The manga deadline is soon, isn't it? Yusuke was a manga artist, and even on weekdays, he worked from home. But unlike popular artists with numerous serialized stories, sometimes his finished mangas didn't even end up being sold. Yeah, but staying at home all day drawing manga isn't good for me either. And so, I'm on patrol today to get a breath of fresh air. Well then, I'll join you. Eh? If you're by yourself, someone might mistake you for a suspicious person and call the police again, right? Emu. Yusuke smiled bitterly. And so, father and daughter started their patrol of the quiet neighborhood. Yusuke's designated patrol area was the very edge of the school district, a sad, lonely place by the edge of the river. Huh? As Yusuke and Emu walked, they reached a dead end. Do we have to turn back? Yusuke pulled a crumpled map out of his pocket and checked the road. There are a lot of dead ends around here. Evil spirits like to linger in places like this. Eh? Evil spirits? Emu looked at her father, shocked. I'm actually drawing an occult manga at the moment, so I've been doing a bit of research about ghosts. Really? Don't scare me like that, Dad. I'm sorry. A kindergarten boy played in the park on his tricycle. Yusuke stopped and scratched his beard, as though pondering something. What's wrong? That boy. When we pass him and turn around, he might disappear. Eh? After walking a short distance, they both turned around at the same time. The boy on the tricycle was still there. He noticed them. What? What's wrong? No, nothing. Ha 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 ha. Yusuke tried to laugh it off. Dad, you've been thinking about that ghostly stuff too much, don't you think? Well, it is what I'm working on now. Oh, Dad. Emu sighed. The sun started to set. As they passed a man in a black jacket on the river embankment, Yusuke turned around. Yusuke watched the man as he walked away. Dad, what is it this time? Yusuke's face tightened nervously. His shadow. Shadow? That man doesn't have a shadow. As the sun shone down on them from the west, Yusuke and Emu's shadows spread out on the ground. But the man walking away in the black jacket had no shadow. Yusuke and Emu fell silent. The man with no shadow turned the corner and disappeared. Let's check it out. Yusuke started walking. Wait! This doesn't feel right. I don't think we should go, Dad. We are on crime prevention patrol. I'm going to see just who that man is. Emu, you return home. But Dad, this seems dangerous. Don't worry. If it comes down to it, then I can chant a good luck charm. What on earth are you talking about? Emu looked at him somewhat angrily. I'm going too. I don't want you to go alone. Emu. If you're going, I'm going. Yusuke knew that once his daughter set her mind to something, nothing could change it. The two of them followed the man with no shadow around the corner. The man with no shadow climbed the riverbank and walked alongside it. Yusuke and Emu followed in the distance behind him. Wind from the river blew over them. Dad, I think I've seen that man somewhere before. Really? Who is he? I can't remember, but I think it was on TV or something. That show with the scary stories that was on recently? Or a movie or something? No, where was it? Jeez. Before long, they could see the scrapyard. Old cars, refrigerators, and other large pieces of rubbish were casually piled up. The man with no shadow descended the riverbank and approached the scrapyard. What does he plan to do over there? Emu, you wait here. Eh? This might get dangerous. I can't let you go over there. Instead, I want you to contact the police and the PTA. But what should I tell them? We found a man with no shadow. Nobody will believe that. We're the only ones who've seen that he has no shadow. Come on, let's go. An ominous wind blew. The man with no shadow stood between the rows of abandoned cars. He stared at a metallic coupe with no tires or headlights. Both Yusuke and Emu wanted to flee from his strange presence, but Yusuke summoned up all of his courage and decided to speak to the man. I am the person in charge of the school's PTA's crime prevention patrol for this area. What are you doing here? The man pointed at the car and muttered, I found it. You found it? That car? Is that your car? But the man just repeated the same phrase over and over while pointing at the car. Come on, Dad. Let's go. I'm scared. All right. You leave this to me and go on home. No! I can't let anything happen to you. Moved by his daughter's kindness, Yusuke wanted to cry. This isn't the time to cry, Dad. I'm so scared that I want to cry too. All right. Yeah, you're right. I'm not gonna cry. Jeez. The man was still pointing at the car. Okay. Having made up his mind, Yusuke snuck around and peeked at the man's face. Excuse me? Yusuke was afraid that the man might suddenly attack him. And? Who is it? Do you know him? Come back once you've seen him. Emu hurried her father along, afraid that the man might still attack him. Yusuke's eyes searched the man, desperately trying to remember who he might be. Come on! Dad! Don't push your luck! I'm not. Push my luck. What? Did you remember something? Maybe he was involved in that unreasonable overtaking accident. At that moment, the man turned to look right at Yusuke. At the same time, he grabbed Yusuke's neck. A harsh wind blew like a howling beast. The man with no shadow's face turned terrifying, and he squeezed Yusuke's neck even harder. Stop it! Let my dad go! Emu was surprised as she desperately hit the man, trying to save her dad. The man was as cold as ice. I see. I get it now. Yusuke muttered hoarsely. Eh? Emu panicked and looked at her father. He gave her a small nod, then turned to look at the man head on and started talking. You were the victim of the hit and run, right? They haven't yet found who did it. That's why you were looking for the car that did it, right? The moment he said that, the man let go of his neck. Yusuke dropped to the ground. He looked up, and the man appeared to be crying. Seeing the man's regret at being hit, his life wasted, and having no way to get back at the cruel person who left him to die, Yusuke felt bad for him from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, a wind whipped up like a tornado. It seemed to suck up the man with no shadow, and he disappeared into the darkening sky. Dad? Emu. Yusuke hugged his daughter tightly. It's okay now. I'm glad you're safe, Dad. I'm so glad. And having said that, Emu cried. And that is what the Crime Prevention Patrol is for. Emu smiled through her tears and buried her face in Yusuke's clothes. After that, Yusuke contacted the police and had them investigate the coupe. It was discovered to be the same car involved in the horrible hit and run a few days earlier, and the owner was arrested. But the most horrifying thing of all happened after that. Yusuke's occult manga, that he had worked so hard on, failed to sell, and the potential money from it slipped from his grasp. White Snake. It has long been said that if a white snake appears in your dreams, you'll have good luck. Apparently, white snakes are a sign of good luck. Every now and then, Kasumi dreamt of white snakes. This is the type of dream she had. Kasumi was playing house with her mother in a wide open field underneath a blue sky. Her mother died of an illness before Kasumi was 2, so she didn't remember her face. When her mother came to play with her in her dreams, her face was white and fuzzy, and she couldn't see it well. But Kasumi knew for sure it was her mother. Then a white snake would appear. As Kasumi and her mother were playing, a white snake would slowly come slithering towards them. It seemed to want to play with them, slithering between the two and then patiently waiting. But Kasumi and her mother were so wrapped up in their game that they soon forgot the snake was there. It was Kasumi's 10th birthday. Her father bought her a big cake. She got some clothes and books as gifts, and then he made her a big dinner as well. It was a fun birthday. After eating lots of sweets, Kasumi watched TV with her father. It was an interesting show with quizzes about animals. Her father then muttered something as they watched TV. "Kasumi, how would you feel about getting a new mother?" A new mother? After thinking it over, she asked her father a question. "Do you mean Noriko-san?" she asked, and her father nodded. Noriko-san worked with her father, and Kasumi had met her before. The three of them had gone to the amusement park together. Noriko-san was a bright and kind person. 8 years had passed since Kasumi's mother died, and her father was now thinking of getting remarried. "Noriko-san is nice. Dad, I'm happy for you. Congratulations." "Thanks, Kasumi." He looked a little teary-eyed and relieved, and he shoveled down the rest of his cake. Kasumi giggled. At that moment, a white snake appeared on the animal program on TV. Other than the one she saw in her dream with her mother, this was the first time Kasumi had seen one. It was the Iwakuni white snake, a protected species in Japan. Huh? Kasumi suddenly grew curious about something. It's different to the one in my dream. The white snake on TV had red eyes, but the one in her dreams had no eyes. Kasumi, her father, and Noriko-san started living together. Noriko-san did her best to make things comfortable for Kasumi. She made a lot of her favorite foods and never put out anything she didn't like. But as Noriko-san went out of her way to do these things for Kasumi, Kasumi found herself getting tired. And Kasumi never called her mother, but instead just Noriko-san. Whenever Noriko-san left the house, Kasumi secretly put on keepsakes from her mother. The things kept in a chest of drawers in a room on a second floor. Things like her rings, watches, and even a cashmere scarf. All of them were still too big for her. Then Kasumi took out a small Polonia box and opened it. Inside was her umbilical cord. It was with this umbilical cord that Kasumi was joined to her mother when she was still small enough not to have a name. It was cut with scissors by a nurse when Kasumi was born. It was then put in a small box and kept near Kasumi all this time. Now it was black and dried up, and Kasumi thought it looked like a piece of dried fish. For Kasumi, this was the only thing left physically of her mother that she could still touch. Then, one day, when Kasumi returned from school, the front door was unlocked. Noriko-san was at work. It was entirely unlike her to leave the door unlocked like that, so Kasumi was a little worried. As she went inside, a bad feeling washed over her. The house smelt different to usual. Instinctively, she sensed somebody else was in the house. Looking around, there was dirt in the hall, like someone hadn't taken their shoes off. Maybe there was a thief. Maybe they were still in the house. Kasumi wanted to run out and alert a neighbor. But she couldn't help but think about what would happen if her mother's rings, watches, etc. were stolen. Before she could stop herself, Kasumi went down the hall and looked up the stairs at the second floor. Hey! Kasumi jumped and froze as she heard a man's voice coming from behind her. Nervously, she turned around, and a terrifying man holding a weapon stood there. It appeared he had been hiding in the living room. Be quiet. Don't make a fuss. Where do you keep your money and savings bank books? Kasumi was so scared that she ran up the stairs in a daze. But there was no way out of the house from the second floor. And the only thing she could lock on the second floor was the toilet door. Kasumi ran in and locked the door behind her. She heard the man slowly coming up the stairs, and then she sensed him on the other side of the door. Hey, where is the money? If I want to, I can break this door down easily. The man rattled the doorknob, trying to force the door open. All Kasumi could do was hold onto the doorknob herself for dear life. Get out here! Where's the money? As she held onto the doorknob, Kasumi's hands trembled. It was no good. He was about to break the door, she thought. But then... What's that? The man screamed, and then hit the floor. He seemed to be in pain, making strange sounds. What on earth had happened? Either way, Kasumi continued desperately holding the door shut. Finally, the man stopped groaning, and everything fell quiet. Curious, Kasumi flung the door open. The man with the scary face lay on the ground, limbs spread out around him. And there was a white snake wrapped around his neck. It was that snake without eyes from her dreams. And it glistened like it was wet. Kasumi? She heard a woman's voice. It was incredibly familiar. Kasumi? Mom? The white snake slithered down the hall and then entered Kasumi's room in the gap in the door. Oh! Kasumi ran after it. Kasumi? With that familiar voice once again, the white snake seemed to get sucked into the chest of drawers and then disappeared. At that, Kasumi suddenly understood. That white snake with no eyes from her dreams, that white snake that had saved her just now, it was her umbilical cord. The pale, thin umbilical cord that had joined Kasumi to her mother. It was still nearby, and it was her mother. The front door opened, and she heard someone call out, "Kasumi-chan?" Noriko-san was back. Finding the man passed out on the second floor, she called the police. He was taken to the hospital, and when he regained consciousness, he was arrested. After that, Kasumi started to call Noriko-san Mum, because it felt like her real mother, hidden in the back of the chest of drawers, wanted her to do so. Don't tell anyone. Gags were popular amongst the boys in 5-3. Everyone copied the comedians we saw on TV, including me. But Kihara, who was quiet, only watched us and never joined in. Pom pong. As I was walking home, somebody tapped my shoulder. I turned around and it was Kihara. "Tajima, let's go home together," he said and walked next to me. He was always quiet, but sometimes he would talk to me like this. "Hey, so about those gags." "I can do them too." "Eh? But I'll show only you." "Don't tell anyone." He reminded me again once we were behind an empty shrine. "Tajima, don't tell anyone." "Okay." I nodded, and he stuck out his tongue. He stood there frozen with his tongue out. "Hey, Kihara?" He didn't say a single thing. He just stood there with his tongue out. His eyes seemed to be staring at something in the distance. No, at nothing at all. Like time had stopped. But he was still blinking. My heart thumped as well. It all felt very weird. "Hey, Kihara, where's the joke?" But as I tried to say that, "Suru, suru, suru, suru," his tongue grew several centimeters longer. Eh? His tongue was so long. No, that wasn't it. It was like his tongue had a mind of its own and was growing longer and longer. It reminded me of a chameleon I'd seen on TV once. It grew longer and was moving around like it was looking for prey. No way. Suru, suru. He had to be playing a prank on me, I thought. There had to be some trick behind it. But how on earth could you do that with a tongue? I just stood there dumbfounded. "Kihara, Why? Why can you do that? He put his tongue back in his mouth and started talking. They say that if you lie, then Enma-sama in hell will punish you, right? Punish? Yeah. He'll pull your tongue. That's what happened. What happened? Kihara then started telling me his story. When he was in kindergarten, his father left, leaving behind Kihara and his mother. My mother always strongly warned me. She said not to meet my father. If he spoke to me on the street, then I wasn't to talk back. He abandoned us, so he was a cruel person. That was what she said. But I didn't hate him that much. It was a Sunday during the October of 2nd grade. I went to buy some gum at the candy store. My father was waiting there. Apparently he knew that I often went to that store. He put me in the car and then took me to a theme park. It had been a long time since the two of us spent some time together, so I had fun. And that evening, I went back home. I lied to my mother and told her I was out playing with friends. But she discovered the truth. You see, in my pocket, I still had the ticket for the rides I went on at the park. You lied. You were actually with your father. My mother looked like a demon. If you lie, then Enma-sama will pull out your tongue, just like this. She then forced open my mouth. She was so strong. When I was little, I hated brushing my teeth, so she often forced the toothbrush into my mouth, and it was just like that. Then she grabbed my tongue. Creak, creak, creak. She pulled on it. An incredible pain shot through my entire body. I couldn't stop crying. Through my tears, I watched her deformed face spin in a 360-degree circle. And then, bang! My heart exploded and I passed out. After that, life continued like nothing had happened for the two of us. But from the very next day, I was able to extend my tongue just by thinking about it. Anyway, this is my gag, but you're the only one I'll show it to. He poked his tongue out again. It was about as long as a 30-centimeter ruler, and he stared at me as it hung there. Don't tell anyone. Anyone, okay? He put his tongue back in his mouth and said to me again, "If I showed this to anyone else, they'd be scared of me. That's why you're the only one I can show." I see. Thanks. Okay? Don't tell anyone. Right? You said that already. I won't tell anyone, don't worry. Then pinky promise. Cross my heart and hope to die if I lie. I'll swallow 1,000 needles. As I was about to say that, Kihara then said, I'll pull out your tongue too. That's a promise. Even if I did try to tell someone, it wasn't like they'd believe me. Like, if I said it at school. Actually, Kihara can make his tongue really long. then nobody there would believe me. They'd all just call me a liar. And knowing his secret, how can I put it? It was like we had a bond. It didn't feel bad. One day, Kihara suddenly transferred to a different school. We never saw each other again. Time passed. Now, my own daughter is the same age as we were then, in the 5th grade. It was a Sunday, and my daughter was watching TV. It was a program about animals, and they were talking about chameleons. When I saw its long tongue, I was reminded of Kihara. Suddenly remembering him, I told my daughter about what happened behind that shrine. "Dad, you're a liar. Nobody can make their tongue long like that." That's what I thought she'd say. But instead she said, "Dad, you broke your promise." Huh? You made a pinky promise, and by telling me that story, you betrayed it. It happened shortly after I fell asleep that night. Kihara appeared before me without warning, his shoulders squared. I realized I was dreaming. Still, it was terrifying. He forced open my mouth and grabbed my tongue, and then he pulled with incredible strength. I couldn't speak. "Stop it! Stop it! It's a dream. This is just a dream." But even so, "Kihara, stop it!" I prayed as hard as I could, and then, in the dream, Kihara let go. I immediately fell asleep again. My tongue wasn't long at all. But the one thing I worry about is my only daughter. Sometimes, when she pokes out her tongue, it looks oddly long. After death test. The other Sunday, I died. It wasn't suicide or sickness. I was walking along the road, looking at something, and I walked through a red light, and then a truck hit me. I flew through the air, landed on the ground, and then I died instantly. Well, that sucked. Of course, I was in the wrong for not looking where I was going, so not much I could do about that. I did something real bad to that driver. Well, anyway, who cares? Soon after I died, my body started moving about. I was able to leave the scene and move around here and there. I was a ghost. But why couldn't I go to heaven? I must have had something I left behind, unfinished. Yeah, that had to be it. That was why I decided to get revenge. Why did I want to do that? Because my classmates in class 6-2 had all bullied me. I arrived at school and looked around. The class was full of awful people. First, Miss Miyasaka. When I told her I was being bullied, she didn't give me any useful advice. She said that I was probably mistaken and that they were all good people. Next, Nakano Kumiko. She was the one who bullied me the most. She hid my textbooks and put eraser shavings in my lunch. She was so mean. There were so many of them. Like Tanaka Miyuki, who hid my gym uniform with Kumiko. And Honjo Saori, who spoke ill of me in the shadows. And Yoshizawa Midori, who put water in my shoes. And all the boys who pretended to see nothing. I wouldn't let them get away with this any longer. Just remembering it made me angry. They should all go to hell together. I hated this class. I hated them all. Revenge. Yeah, I would get my revenge. That's right. They'd all pay, one by one. Yeah, that was it. This was my special right as a ghost. Maybe I should haunt them at night. Or maybe I should possess and curse them for the rest of their lives. No, wait. I couldn't take too much time. Heaven wouldn't wait for me that long. At that moment, Miss Miyasaka was explaining something to the class. We'll be taking a class photo this afternoon. Head down to the courtyard after lunch. It was almost graduation, so they were taking a class photo. That gave me an idea. The best way to get back at them would be to remain a horrid presence in their memories forever. I would appear in their class photo as a terrifying ghost photo. What an amazing idea. Having decided that, I wandered around the school until the afternoon, thinking, how could I scare everyone? The first idea I had was that everyone would line up to get their photo taken. I would stand at the very front with both hands up in a peace sign. But appearing as a happy ghost wasn't a very good idea, and it wouldn't really look like a ghost photo. People would just think the photo was somebody's prank. Then, maybe I should cling to Nakano Kumiko from behind. Or maybe I should grab Tanaka Miyuki's ankles and appear that way. Just thinking about the finished photo made me shiver. No, hang on. That wouldn't count as revenge against everyone. I had to truly appear as the most frightening ghost to scare everyone. First and foremost, it was also a matter of ghost pride. After thinking it through, I finally settled on what to do. That afternoon, the students from Class 6-2 gathered in the courtyard. I watched them from the window of the building next door. I had clearly formed the plan in my head. They would take the photo in front of the hall that I was standing in. This window would definitely appear in it. I would secretly appear off to the side, with my long hair covering half my face, with my skin white and my lips alone bright red. Then I would stare at the camera. At a 45-degree angle, of course. Meaning, I would look just like a ghost from a TV drama. And that ghostly visage would remain in everyone's hearts as a nightmare, forever. I had truly come up with a brilliant plan. My makeup was perfect as well. I had secretly borrowed some of Miss Miyasaka's. I practiced my scariest expression in front of the toilet mirror for an hour. I was all ready to go. My classmates started lining up in the courtyard. Then one of them said something. Hey, we all decided this earlier, right? That we would leave Morimoto's spot open. I know, never thought much about her. But when I heard she died, I cried. Me too. I honestly wanted to make up and say I was sorry. If you die, you can't cry or laugh anymore, huh? You can't watch TV or eat delicious food. You can't do anything. Just thinking about that happening to me makes me sad. I feel so bad for her. So this is how it feels when someone leaves you, huh? If so, then I wish she'd never left us. I should have told her that we were friends. It felt like everyone's face looked a little kinder than usual. I felt like I was about to do something wrong, so I thought about stopping. But once I made my decision, I couldn't back down. I would have my revenge. Okay, here we go. Say cheese! The shutter went off and Class 6-2's photo was taken. I should be right there in it. Once the photo was developed and everyone got it, they'd no doubt be shocked to see me in the window. It would give them nightmares. Yeah, you look at it. For some reason, I felt somewhat empty. But an eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. That was what I tried to tell myself. Having finished my final task in this world, my head started to feel vague as I floated around above the classroom. Things were getting darker. Ah, so that was it. I could finally move on to heaven. Was that it? I hoped so. When I opened my eyes, a dark river spread out before me. Several people were piling stones by its side. When they collapsed, they would start again, over and over. I looked around, and an Oni holding a large club approached. Ah, you are Morimoto-san, yes? You failed the test. Eh? I failed? What test? Yes. When you die, there is a test you must take to determine whether you go to heaven or hell. Only those in possession of a beautiful heart may pass on to heaven. Like those who suffer while they are alive, yet still wish happiness for those who hurt them. That is why you're going to hell. You will boil in the scorching heat forever. No, you've got it all wrong. I prayed for their happiness. I did. Then the Oni handed me a single photo. It was Class 6-2's group photo. I appeared in the window behind them, looking at them with reproachful eyes from a 45-degree angle. What a perfect ghost photo, I muttered, at which the Oni grinned. Yeah, it sure is some amazing photographic proof. A cold sweat ran down my back. "39 steps. There was a large crossing near the elementary school Ayumi-chan attended. a massive number of cars passed through that crossing. So, a pedestrian bridge was built for the children to pass over. It was an old bridge that was built around 50 years prior. Yet, that crossing just recently turned into a school zone, and so not many cars now pass through in the mornings and evenings. Still, the children's parents watched over them on their way to school. And safety lights were put up, so people mostly stopped using the bridge. Second grader Ayumi-chan crossed the street on her way to school while looking at that old bridge. She thought it was rather creepy, with its concrete coming apart and blackened stairs. One day, Ayumi-chan heard a story from her classmate, Yoko-chan. "Hey, Ayumi-chan, did you know? In Tokyo, they apparently have something called the Ghost Stairs." Ghost Stairs? Do you see yokai or fireballs or something there? No. When you're coming and going, the number of steps are different. Like, first you have to count them as you go up, and then you count them as you go down. If the number of steps is different, then apparently something bad will happen. This story of ghost stairs didn't exist only in Tokyo, but all over Japan. Most of them were like Yoko-chan said. If the number of steps coming and going were different, then it was said that a ghost would appear, or maybe you would die. "No way, I don't believe it," Ayumi-chan said, and then laughed. But in all honesty, she was scared beyond belief. Ayumi-chan had never been very good with scary stories. One day, a short while later, Ayumi-chan was returning home by herself. When she tried to use the crossing, the lights were out, so she was unable to cross for a bit. That old bridge was right there. It'll be okay, right? She remembered the story of the ghost stairs and grew nervous. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Trying to dampen the anxiety she felt, she counted the steps as she climbed. 1, 2, 3. 40. She learnt that the stairs by the crossing had 40 steps. She walked to the other side and this time went down the stairs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She descended the stairs while counting in her head. 36, 37, 38, 39. On the next step, her foot touched the ground. 39. Ayumi-chan was shocked. There were only 39 steps. That night, Ayumi-chan couldn't sleep. She couldn't stop thinking about how the number of steps going up and down that bridge were different. Maybe she just miscounted, she thought. And then, somehow, she finally fell asleep. But the next morning, she still couldn't stop thinking about that bridge on her way to school. And so, she decided that she'd cross it again by herself after school. She didn't really want to go near it again, but she just had to check. Did that bridge have 39 steps or 40 steps? Her heart pounding wildly, Ayumi-chan steeled herself and slowly climbed the stairs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 36, 37, 38, 39. There were only 39 steps. Weird. There were 40 just yesterday. So, they really were ghost stairs then. No, she just counted wrong, she thought. And next, she would count as she went back down. She went to cross the bridge, but she stopped suddenly in the middle of it. A sound echoed nearby, like an animal growling. What was that voice? Ayumi-chan thought, but then suddenly, a hole opened in the bridge right in front of her. She could strangely see right beneath the bridge. Numerous cars drove past. Then they disappeared into the darkness. And from that darkness, several hands reached out. Hundreds, no, thousands of hands reached out from the ground, beckoning Ayumi-chan towards them. Then she could hear their voices. Come. Come. No. I don't want to go. Ayumi-chan took a step back. But then the ground at her feet started to fall away. She was just able to grab onto the edge of the bridge. But in the darkness beneath her, several creepy hands reached out for her. But not only that, she could smell something terrible in the distance as well. Come. Come. No. No. Help me. Those numerous hands grabbed onto Ayumi-chan's leg. They pulled, and finally, Ayumi-chan fell. When she came back to, Ayumi-chan was lying in a hospital bed. She had fallen from the bridge. However, she fell into the trailer of a passing truck and miraculously survived with only scratches. Her parents told her off. "Why did you fall from that bridge? Were you messing around again?" She told them how the number of steps coming and going were different. And after that, she experienced something weird. But nobody would believe her. Other than her homeroom teacher, who had worked at the school for more than 20 years. And her teacher told her the following. Long ago, during the Edo period, that spot where the crossing now stood was formerly an execution ground. Numerous people had been executed there. And no matter how much they told students to be careful, every few years, at least one student always fell from that bridge. Ayumi-chan suddenly had an idea. What if all the students who fell from that bridge were counting the steps, just like her? And when the numbers didn't match, they were pulled into that strange world full of ghosts. Ayumi-chan never used that bridge again after that. And apparently, this summer the bridge will finally be torn down. Telephone card. One day during the summer holidays, Fifth grader Haruna took the bus to visit her friend, who moved to the next town over. This story happened on her way home. She had intended to walk near the bus stop, but at some point she discovered she was lost. There was a river nearby, but no convenience stores or anything. Haruna wanted to call her mother to pick her up by car. When she looked at the time on her phone, it was almost 6 p.m. And then, as she pressed the button on her phone, her phone lost power. Troubled, Haruna thought that maybe she should ask a stranger for help, so she started walking. But she couldn't find anyone. She found a public phone on the other end of an alley. Thank goodness. Relieved, Haruna rushed over to it. Huh? Something felt strange as she opened the door and went inside. It was freezing, like stepping into a refrigerator. There was a green public phone. Haruna opened her purse and there was a single 1,000 yen note. She had used all her coins on the bus there. Huh? There was a telephone card on top of the green phone. A telephone card. Most people now used cell phones, so it was rare to see a telephone card. Haruna had never used one herself either. I wonder if I can still use this. Haruna picked it up and inspected it. A photo was printed on the front, and there were numbers on the back. The printed picture was of a woman. She had long hair, pale skin, and looked to be around 20. The background was pitch black, and there was no writing or anything else there. Maybe it was because the card was old and used, but it was hard to tell what expression she wore on her face, and the only thing she could tell was that her large eyes were looking right at her. Haruna felt a little creeped out, so she quickly pushed it into the public phone. Then the light for 4 turned on. Haruna recalled her home phone number and pressed the buttons. She could hear the phone ringing, but nobody answered. Her mother wasn't home yet. She hadn't memorized her mother's cell phone number yet, so their home phone was the only number she could call. She heard something like, mixed in with the phone ringing. It was like somebody groaning, and Haruna grew even more afraid. Mom, hurry up and answer! Haruna gripped the receiver tightly. It felt terribly cold. Help me. She heard a woman's voice. Help me. I'm at the public phone in Izumi, 4th block, 31. The woman's strained voice snuck into her ear. Haruna almost jumped out of the phone booth. But she convinced herself to stay until her mother answered the phone. It was already getting dark outside, so she thought it might be dangerous to walk around alone. At any rate, she had to get her mother on the phone. That was how she felt, and so she remained in the booth. Hurry up and return home. Open the front door and answer the phone, Mum. Haruna tried desperately to picture the image inside her head. Help me. I'm at the public phone. In Izumi. 4th block. 31. The woman's pained voice repeated over the ringing of the phone. What if it wasn't her mother who answered, but someone else? As she pondered that, she almost dropped the receiver, and then the phone stopped ringing. Yes, this is Ito. Haruna screamed when she heard her mother's voice. Mom, come pick me up. I'm at the phone in Izumi, 4th block 31. But then the phone suddenly hung up. Help me. The woman's voice continued. She could still hear it even after removing the receiver from her ear. Haruna was startled. The woman's voice was repeating inside the phone booth. Haruna suddenly looked up towards the ceiling. The face of the woman with the long hair on the telephone card was right above her. The only difference was that half of this woman's face was covered in blood. Haruna froze on the spot, and unable to even scream, she felt her consciousness fade. Using her car navigation, Haruna's mother made her way over to Izumi, 4th block, 31. Then she rushed over when she saw Haruna huddled in a public phone booth in an empty alley. Haruna? Haruna! Haruna opened her eyes as her mother picked her up. A woman, she... Haruna groaned. Thinking something happened, Haruna's mother quickly called the police. Haruna herself turned her neck and looked around. She couldn't see the woman's face anywhere in the booth, and that telephone card was gone too. Haruna had only passed out for a short time, and she wasn't injured at all either. Then the police told Haruna's mother something. Roughly 9 years earlier, a young woman was killed near that phone. She lived in a house nearby. And she was killed just before she got back. She reached the public phone covered in blood and then tried to call for help. But by the time the ambulance arrived, she was already dead. Public phones were already beginning to decrease in number at the time, but after the incident, that booth was scheduled to be removed as well. But the car on the way to remove the booth had an accident, and the removal was put on hold. This happened 3 times in a row. The removal was put on hold, and so the phone booth was still there. Haruna then remembered something. Thanks to that woman's voice, she was able to tell her mother exactly where she was. She helped Haruna, who was lost. At any rate, after that day, Haruna always made sure her phone was charged before she went out. Invisible Baby. Every now and then, Aoi saw a certain old woman. She passed her on the road near her house, by the shopping district, and also the park. She was bent over and always pushing an old pram. There was no baby in the pram, nor were there any shopping bags in it. The old woman just walked pushing an empty pram. One winter evening, as Aoi passed her in a narrow alley, their eyes met for the first time. The old woman smiled brightly at her. It was an adorable, wrinkled smile. Aoi couldn't help but smile back. And as they passed each other, she heard a voice. "Ogya! Ogya! Ogya!" It was a baby crying. Eh? Aoi looked at the pram before she could stop herself. There was a single white towel in the old pram the elderly woman was pushing, but no baby. So, why did she hear a baby crying? "Yusuke, don't cry, don't cry." The bent-over elderly woman said to the pram as she continued walking, and then she turned a corner and disappeared. Yusuke? Aoi was confused. It was like an invisible baby by the name of Yusuke was in that pram. The next day, Aoi spoke to her classmates in room 6-1 about the elderly woman pushing the pram. An old woman pushing an empty pram? Ah, I've seen her before too. Yeah, me too. She's hunched over, right? Several classmates said. Did you also hear a baby crying? Apparently his name is Yusuke, Aoi said, but everyone looked at her confused. Aoi, what are you talking about? There's no baby in that pram. That's right, the pram is empty. Aoi, quit saying such strange things. Aoi was the only one who heard Yusuke cry. 2 days later, Aoi saw that old woman again on her way home from school. She was sitting on a bench at the small park. The pram was next to her, and she was holding a bottle of milk. The pram looked to be empty. Who on earth was she feeding the milk to? Aoi walked over to her. Hello? Ah, hello! Her wrinkled face smiled as she looked at Aoi. Are you on your way home from school? I am. I see, I see. The old woman smiled. Aoi thought she was very cute. So about this pram, Aoi asked. I feel like I heard a baby crying last time we passed each other. Ah, you heard that, did you? That was Yusuke, the old woman said as she looked into the pram. Inside was just a single white towel. Yusuke is my great-grandchild. Great-grandchild? Yes, my grandchild's child. He's 8 months old. He just recently learnt how to hold his own head up, and now he can already crawl. It's so amazing. He can move so fast that not even I can keep up. The old woman then added, Yusuke is invisible. That's why you can't see him, but don't worry about it. He's invisible? He was born like that. Born like that? Aoi suddenly felt scared. Children had just been playing at the park, but at some point, Aoi realized it was just her and the old woman. A cold breeze blew, and Aoi shivered. Where are Yusuke-chan's parents? Ah, my grandchildren had to go far away. I'm looking after him by myself." The old woman turned to the pram. "Right, Yusuke. Peekaboo." She smiled, making a funny face. Aoi almost jumped as she heard a baby laugh. No way! The laughter came from the pram. "Oh my! Why are you so surprised?" "That's impossible! A baby can't be invisible," Aoi said, and then the old woman slowly removed the white towel from the pram. Eh? There sat a small old tape recorder that was playing. "Ogya, ogya, 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 ogya." The sounds of the baby laughing and crying were coming from a tape. "What's going on?" Aoi asked the old woman. "You see, I'm practicing for a play." Huh? Practicing for a play? You mean you're an actress? "Well, I used to be. A long time ago. These days, my granddaughter has been doing her best to become an actress. She'll be appearing in a play soon. And because there's a role for an elderly woman, she decided to drag me along with her. I'm too old for that sort of thing now, but what else can I do?" Huh. And so, this role, it's for an elderly woman who looks after an invisible baby called Yusuke. That's why I'm really getting myself into character. I'm taking him for a walk. The old woman played around with the cassette tape and then put the towel back over it. "Is that so? I see." At any rate, Aoi was relieved. There was no invisible baby after all. That old woman sure was causing a fuss, but Aoi couldn't hate her. Suddenly, Aoi had a thought. "I'm starting junior high next year, and I've been thinking about joining the drama club. Then we should both give it our all. Come and watch my play too. It's called Invisible Family." "Sounds interesting. I'll be looking forward to it," Aoi said with a smile. The old woman put out her hand and shook Aoi's. Her hand was small, wrinkled, and cold. "Well then, I'll see you later." The old woman smiled and then pushed the pram away from the park. One Sunday, 2 weeks later, Aoi set out for the mini theatre in the basement of the ward assembly hall. That was where they were holding the Invisible Family play. The buzzer rang, everything went black, and the curtains opened. Aoi watched the play. The play was about a young couple who fought, cried, and got back together. And then the old woman made her appearance pushing the pram. Huh? The old woman on stage looked different to the one she met. The one she saw had more wrinkles and was bent over at the hip. And she was cute. What on earth was going on? Did something happen to her and someone else had to take her place? When the play was done, Aoi approached the woman from the theatre troupe to ask her about it. Did the person playing the old woman pushing the pram change? Yes, that's right. It was originally supposed to be Kawashima Setsuko-san, an actress from long ago. But 3 months ago, she passed away. She was 88. 88, Aoi muttered. She was only 12, so that age was far in the future for her. So, when she saw that old woman pushing the pram, Kawashima Setsuko had already passed away. And after that, Aoi never saw her again. When Aoi started junior high, she joined the drama club. As they were doing vocal training, sometimes she heard the sound of a baby's laughter blow in on the wind. Perhaps that was Yusuke, she thought. And perhaps, even now, that old woman was still pushing around his pram. Catch up. It was the summer holidays. Every morning, Miu ran alongside the river on the jogging path. Miu was in the 6th grade, and she loved running. When she started junior high the following year, she wanted to join the track team. In the future, she wanted to become a marathon runner and take part in the Ekiden Marathon and the Olympics. And that was what pushed her to get up early in the mornings to run. There were all sorts of people on the jogging course early in the morning, from young to old. The cool air before the day grew hot felt wonderful to run in. For Miu, running was so much fun. As she ran under the steel bridge that the trains passed over, the foot traffic suddenly decreased. Yet, Miu loved that still atmosphere. She ran slowly, warming up until she reached the steel bridge. Once she passed it, she ran at full speed. On the 7th morning after she started running, Miu noticed a certain someone for the first time. It was another runner, a girl with pigtails. The back of her training wear said, Meiko Junior High, Track Team. Meiko was a private school that Miu intended to take the test for next year. Miu chased after that girl every morning, thinking, if I get into Meiko Junior High and join the track team, then that girl will be my senpai. Miu started calling her as much in her head. Miu always saw her senpai not long after passing under the steel bridge. She ran at an unexpectedly slow pace, as though she had been running for a long time already. As Miu ran, she gradually got closer and closer to her. If she picked up the pace herself, she could overtake her. Her heart thumped in her chest as she tried to run past her. But as she got closer, her senpai got further away. It was as though she realized Miu was getting closer. And so, she picked up speed so that Miu couldn't pass her. And then she would keep going, disappearing into the distance. Out of breath, Miu gave up trying to chase her. This happened every single morning. It became Miu's goal to overtake her. Today's the day. I'll show her. She decided she would greet her with "Good morning" when she passed by. Running was a lot more fun with a goal in mind. Miu got up first thing in the morning and made her way to the jogging course. But no matter how fast she ran, Miu was never able to overtake her senpai. Something suddenly weighed on her mind. When she got closer to the girl, She picked up speed. She never once turned around, so how did she know that Miyu was getting closer? Did she hear the sound of her footsteps and pick up speed because she didn't want someone overtaking her? What did her senpai even look like, on that note? In the middle of August, Miyu caught a summer cold and came down with a bit of a fever, so she was unable to go running. She lay in bed when normally she would be out running. She thought about her senpai and Meiko Junior High School. If she wanted to get into Meiko, then she had to study harder. Did her senpai study a lot to get in as well? She only ever saw the girl's back and had never once seen her face. That was it! She would try running from the other direction instead. She decided to try passing the girl from head on. Several days passed, and Miyu left the house 30 minutes earlier than usual, arriving at the embankment that made up the jogging course. Then, as she passed under the steel bridge, she walked for a bit before doing a U-turn. If she ran from here, then she would undoubtedly pass her senpai. She ran at a steady pace. Her senpai was nowhere in sight. Was she not running today? No, she didn't think that she would take days off. She would definitely be running today as well. At that moment, Miyu heard footsteps. But there was nobody else around. The footsteps were coming from in front of her. Ha, ha, ha. The sound of rough breathing passed by her with a cold breeze. Miyu quickly turned around. She saw that training wear with Meiko Junior High track team on the back, and the hair in pigtails as the girl ran. Was her senpai someone she could only see from behind? That didn't make any sense. Senpai! Miyu suddenly called out. Then the pigtails moved and the girl turned around. Miyu screamed and fell to the ground. Her senpai's face was a skull with 2 large black holes for eyes. The skull with pigtails turned and ran towards Miyu. He! Miyu was so scared that she froze on the spot. It felt like the morning sun suddenly disappeared into shadows, and the embankment was enveloped by night. The skeleton looked down at Miyu. Miyu could say nothing. A bony hand reached out from the training wear towards her, and then tightened around Miyu's arm. Then, her senpai spoke to Miyu as she trembled on the spot. Give it your all. Having said that one thing, her senpai turned and disappeared into the distance. Give it my all? Miyu thought deeply about what she said. Give it your all. Did she mean to keep doing her best? Miyu continued running each morning after that, chasing after her senpai. Even though she knew she was a skeleton, she oddly wasn't afraid. Give it your all. Her voice echoed warm and gently. Even after the summer holidays ended, Miyu got up early on her days off to go running. She also studied hard for her junior high tests as well. The following year, she was accepted into Meiko Junior High. After joining the track team, she heard a story. It happened 10 years earlier. A girl from the track team was running alongside the river when she suddenly had a heart attack and died. She was a hard worker with strong ambitions. "Senpai," Miyu cried when she heard it. Miyu is now an athlete for the track team and takes part in various meets. She's a powerful runner who keeps pushing herself, as though she's chasing after someone only she can see. "You're working hard, aren't you, Miyu?" Every time her senpais in the team praise her, she answers like this: "Because I'm surrounded by such wonderful senpais." The Planetarium Ghost. This happened shortly before the summer holidays. Our class, 5-3, visited the planetarium. I loved constellations, so I was really looking forward to this particular day. We formed a single line, girls first, then boys, and entered the building. I was so excited. The building was huge, and the ceiling high above us as well. In the middle of it was a large machine. I knew that it would project the starry sky on the ceiling. Before I knew it, we were to take our seats, starting from the person at the back. Because we were going in order of our seat numbers, I was 13th. Unable to wait for everyone else, I started counting to find which would be my seat. 1, 2, 3... Everyone else started to do the same, counting on their fingers to find their seat. "This one's mine," I said, and when I went to sit down, the person next to me said something strange. "Hey, isn't that chair a little dirty? That weird stain. Kinda looks like blood. How creepy." Looking closer, there really was a dark red stain on the edge of the seat. Something didn't feel right. But the teacher said, "Make sure you sit in the right seat." So I decided to stay there. Finally, the show was about to begin, and the lights gradually got darker. The summer constellations slowly appeared alongside the narration. A pitch-black starry sky spread out above our heads. I could see several of my favourite constellations. There was Lyra, the Swan, and Scorpio. They were all summer constellations. Then it finally changed to the autumn sky. Pegasus, Cassiopeia, Andromeda. It seemed somewhat cooler than the summer sky. Those constellations, those stars, so many light years away. Yeah, one day I'd love to become an astronaut and visit them. That was how I felt. But then suddenly, a strange spectacle appeared on the starry sky in the pitch-black planetarium. On the other side of the constellations, something stared back. 2 large eyes. They were human, and they stared right back at me. I looked around the room, but nobody else seemed to notice them. How strange. nobody screamed either. And beneath those eyes, there was a wide open mouth. Then, those two eyes and mouth passed through the stars and started moving towards me. A mouth and eyes were moving through the pitch black starry sky. The mouth and eyes stopped right in front of me. I tried to stand so I could run, but my body wouldn't move at all. I couldn't move my head nor my hands even 1 millimeter. The mouth and eyes grinned uncomfortably. Then a large hand reached out from beneath them, grabbing me. It pulled and pulled. It was like it was trying to take me back with it. Pulling and pulling and pulling. Come with me. No way. I didn't want to go. I clung to the chair with all my might. But the hand was too strong, and finally, my body was pulled up into the air. It's okay. Just come with me. Come. Someone help me. Help! Let's live here together. Forever. In this fake night sky. No way. I didn't want to stay somewhere like that forever. I wanted to become an astronaut and travel the stars. I wanted to visit the summer and autumn constellations. When I screamed this out loud, the grip on me suddenly weakened. I see. So you still want to live then, huh? Yes. There are still so many things I want to do. I see. I hope someday you can visit space for real. Well then. Suddenly, the mouth and eyes and hand disappeared. As I struggled for breath, the autumn constellations above my head changed into the winter ones. And then, I passed out. When I came back to, the show was over, and my friend next to me was shaking me. Hey! Wake up! You're awake. You were asleep for a while there. Bright light pierced my eyes when we went outside. After that, I quietly heard a story from the woman working at the ticketing area. Apparently, someone with money troubles killed themselves in that planetarium a year earlier. Apparently, that person really loved the stars and always went there. I think the seat that person died in was no doubt the one I was sitting in. People say that when we die, we become stars. But for those who die with lingering hatred and regret, they're stuck in the place they died, unable to become real stars. After seeing that, I was convinced of it. January 2nd, New Year's card. This is a story of something a little strange that happened about 10 years ago. It was January 2nd, still during the New Year's period. Hidaka Manami, a third grader, was eating her New Year's soup. She also ate other New Year's foods, such as sweet chestnut paste, rolled omelette, and sweet red bean soup. So she was quite full. Her father and mother were carefully watching the long-distance relay race on TV. Well then, I wonder if the New Year's cards have arrived. I'll go check. Manami made her way towards the entrance. The cards haven't arrived yet, her mother said. That's right. On January 2nd, the post office doesn't work. her father said. Really? They don't work today, huh? Still, Manami wanted to breathe in the fresh morning air, so she decided to step outside. Putting on her sandals, she stepped outside and stretched. The air was cold, but considering it was the second day of a brand new year, it was refreshing. She then opened the lid of the mailbox attached to the front gate. Huh? There was a single postcard inside. But the post office wasn't supposed to deliver things today. Hidaka Manami-sama. Who was it from? Looking at the name of the sender, Manami froze on the spot. Kataoka Lena. Lena? Manami couldn't believe it. Lena was her classmate, but last August she drowned and passed away. Her funeral had passed and she was now resting in the ground, or at least she was supposed to be. What does this mean? Manami looked at the card again. It was white with writing on it. Happy New Year. Thank you for all you did last year, and I look forward to this year too. The letters looked just like Lena's handwriting. There was no illustration of the zodiac animal for the year, nor even a printed picture. It was a little plain, but at the end of the day, it was still a New Year's card. Lena was a close friend of hers. But to receive a New Year's card from her after her death. Manami shivered in fear and ran back to her parents in the living room. There's a New Year's card from Lena. Eh? Lena-chan? You went to her funeral too, right, Mama? Lena-chan, the one who passed away. Her parents were shocked and stared at the New Year's card. This is probably something we should take to a temple or shrine and have them cleanse it, her father said, and her mother nodded in agreement. That's right. We probably shouldn't keep this. Let's take it to a temple or shrine and let them deal with it. Manami shook her head. No, I don't want to do that. It's addressed to me. I don't want anyone else to have it. She decided to put it in the back of her desk drawer. Once the third semester started, Manami asked others in her class about what had happened. Is there anyone who got a New Year's card from Lena? Huh? Manami, what are you talking about? She died. There's no way she could send a New Year's card. I have no idea what you're talking about. It appeared that Manami was the only one to receive a New Year's card from her. But she didn't send one to Lena. It was starting to weigh on her mind. Manami was reading a book in her room late at night when her desk started shaking. At first, she thought it was an earthquake. But the only thing shaking was her desk. Surprised, she stepped back from the desk. The drawer flung open and then dumped its contents all over the floor. Lena's New Year's card was there. She felt like Lena was upset that she hadn't sent her one. Lena. Looking at the card again, it almost seemed like she could see Lena's face on the white part in faint ink. She looked upset, her cheeks puffed out and lips sharpened. Lena, I'll send you a New Year's card, okay? Manami started writing a card for her. Happy New Year. Thank you for the card. I'm sorry this one is so late. Manami realized something as she went to write the address. Where exactly should she address it to? The card she received from Lena had no return address on it. Manami thought about contacting Lena's mother. Perhaps she should visit her altar or grave and offer it there. But Lena's family moved soon after that, and she didn't know how to get in contact with them now. In the end, Manami just wrote her name. Kataoka Lena-sama. But if she put just that in the post box, they wouldn't deliver it, she thought with a sigh. The third semester passed quickly, and on her way to cram school, a figure caught Manami's attention. A dark figure was standing at the end of the alley. She saw this figure not just once, but every time she went this way. It appeared to be a solidly built man in black. It was almost like the figure was waiting for her to go to school. Manami picked up the pace. At the end of the alley, she saw that same dark figure. Manami pretended to turn a corner, hid, and then looked around. The dark figure didn't try to move at all. Looking closer at it, Manami realized it wasn't human. A post box? Approaching it, it was a post box. It was round and about as tall as a person, but it was black rather than red. Why was there a post box here in this alley that few people used? No, this black post box wasn't something from the regular post office to begin with. It was no doubt something that came from a different place to this. Maybe if I put my New Year's card in here, it'll reach Lena, Manami suddenly thought. Then Manami grabbed the New Year's card for Lena and then stood before the black post box. She hesitated, wondering whether she should put it in through that narrow mouth. Would it really reach her? If Lena was able to send her something, then maybe she could send something to her side, to where Lena was as well. She briefly considered matters. Then a pale hand reached out of the post box and touched her wrist. The New Year's card fell into the post box. Afraid, Manami ran away. After running a short distance, she turned around and the black post box was nowhere to be seen. Summer arrived. Manami spent her days swimming in the school pool, getting a suntan and enjoying her summer. It was a Sunday, the day the post office didn't work. As Manami was heading out just before lunch, she opened the lid of the letterbox. There was a summer greeting card addressed to her. There was no name indicating who it was from. There were cute drawings of a watermelon and balloons, and something written in tiny handwriting. A summer greeting for you. Thank you for the New Year's card. The handwriting looked just like Lena's. Manami thought about sending her a summer greeting card in return, but she was unable to. She never saw that black post box again. Masked Jizo. There is generally a reason when adults warn you not to do something. On a quiet road near a river few people passed by, there were 5 Jizo statues. Of these 5, the statue in the middle alone wore a mask. It was a clownish mask with round eyes and puckered lips. Why does that Ojizo-san wear that mask? 5th grader Takuto asked. I wonder. Takuto's classmate, Toshiyuki, tilted his head. The 2 boys were out on a bike ride and got lost, finding themselves near this road with the strange Jizo statues. I want to know why. Let's check out his face, Takuto said. Yeah, let's take a look. Taku, you take it off, Toshiyuki said. Eh? You want me to do it? I don't wanna. Toshi, you take it off. Cheh, you're such a coward. Fine, I'll take it off. Toshiyuki grabbed it. Ugh. He quickly pulled his hand back. Something about it feels wrong. Toshi, you're a coward too. Shut up. Alright, let's decide with rock, scissors, paper. You want to see it, don't you? Yeah, I do. Alright, let's go. The boys played rock, scissors, paper, and Takuto won. Alright, Toshi, you take it off. What? I thought the winner was supposed to take it off. No, the loser has to, of course. The boys glared at each other in front of the statues. Well, why don't we take it off at the same time, Toshi? Let's do that. The boys reached out for the mask. They heard footsteps running towards them. Hey! An angry voice made the boys turn around. An old man, in grey sportswear with a towel around his neck, stared at them frightfully. He had big bushy eyebrows, and his large eyes rolled around. His long nose, not quite as long as a tengu's, twitched, and his whole face was red with anger. What are you 2 doing with the masked Jizo-san? Masked Jizo? Yes. This statue is called the Masked Jizo, and it has been wearing a mask since long, long ago. You mustn't take it off. Why is it wearing a mask? Toshiyuki asked, and the scary old man replied, Because you mustn't look at the Ojizo-san's face. Eh? You mustn't look? The boys looked at the mask again. You mustn't think about removing the mask. Ojizo-san have their own rules. They have rules? Toshiyuki burst out laughing. Don't laugh. Go home right now. Right now. As the old man got angry at them, Toshiyuki and Takuto quickly got on their bikes and sped away. Several days passed. Hey, Taku, let's go see the masked Jizo next Sunday. Eh? You want to go again? I really want to know what's beneath that mask, Toshiyuki said. Takuto felt the same, but I don't want to run into that scary old guy again, Takuto said, and Toshiyuki laughed. Taku, you're such a coward. Well, I'm going. All right, I'll go too. Do you remember how to get there? Yeah, mostly. Alright, let's meet in front of the usual convenience store at 2 p.m. this Sunday and then head over. You don't have to come if you're too scared. I'll go by myself then. I said I'd go too, Takuto said. That Sunday, Takuto got on his bike and made his way towards the convenience store. But on the way, his bike chain came off. Putting it back on took longer than expected, and he was 20 minutes late. Toshiyuki was no longer there. Did he really go by himself? Takuto pedaled, trying to remember how to get to the road with the masked Jizo. When he arrived, there was nobody else around. Toshi? The masked Jizo was still wearing that same clownish mask. No people or cars passed by. All he could see was the thick grass and river. A strong breeze blew along the water. Did Toshi not come? Takuto muttered, but something felt wrong. Something was different to the last time he came here with Toshiyuki. Huh? Last time, there had been 5 Jizo statues, and the middle one was masked. There were 2 statues each to the left and right of it. But now there were 6 of them. 2 to the right and 3 to the left. There was an extra statue. An extra statue was kinda creepy. Where was Toshiyuki? Master Jizo-san, have you seen Toshiyuki? Takuto tried asking. There was no response. Maybe Toshiyuki took the statue's mask off, saw its face, and then rushed home. Having thought that, Takuto wanted to quickly go home too. But then Toshiyuki might make fun of him at school the following day. I saw the masked Jizo's face. You didn't, because you're a coward, Taku. He decided to look at the masked Jizo's face. He undid the string and took the mask off. Ugh! Its face was covered in white cloth. Takuto remembered the old man from the day before. He had a white towel on his head when he left. If he removed the cloth, would he see the old man's face beneath it? But he instinctively felt that removing it would be wrong, so he went to put the mask back on. At that moment, a breeze blew. The white cloth peeled away. Huh? The Ojizo-san's face was blank. There were no eyes or nose or mouth on its grey stony face. But then, its features slowly appeared on the blank face. That's my face? Takuto's face appeared on the grey stone, like looking into a mirror. What the heck is this? Scared, Takuto ran away. Gashi! The Ojizo-san reached out and grabbed Takuto's arm. Zuru 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 zuru. Takuto got sucked into the Ojizo-san's body. He didn't even have time to scream. An old man in grey training gear, with a white towel around his neck, ran down the quiet road. He picked up the fallen piece of white cloth from the thick grass and placed it on the blank Jizo-san's face. He picked up the fallen mask, dusted off the dirt, and then placed it over the cloth. Seriously, those brats. But still, did the Jizo-san have that face before? I was told not to take the mask off when I was a kid, so this is the first time I've put it back on. Ha 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 ha. The old man laughed happily and continued running. There is generally a reason when adults warn you not to do something. Antique doll. This is a story about my friend Saki-chan, who suddenly transferred schools one day. She had a beautiful face like a Western doll. Her family had managed a hospital ever since her grandfather's generation. Her father was renowned as a skilled surgeon. Saki-chan was in the same class as me in the 3rd grade, and that was how we got to talking. Neither of us had many friends, so our friendship quickly deepened. But apparently, she liked being alone. I visited her house just once. The walk from the gate to the front door was pretty far. And there were lots of colourful flowers in the garden. Saki-chan's mother passed away when she was just young, so she lived in this huge mansion with just her father. I sat down on the comfy sofa in their huge living room. It was surprisingly soft. It was a sofa that made you happy just by sitting on it. Saki-chan sat in front of the piano and practiced a song for the upcoming recital, and she was so good at it. And for snack time, we had delicious smelling milk tea and tasty cheesecake. Everything was so different to my house. Then Saki-chan showed me to a different room. There, a tiny girl with blue eyes sat on a chair. Ah, hello. Saki-chan laughed as I suddenly greeted her. Waka-chan, you're so silly. That's a doll. Eh? An antique doll. It was made long ago, she told me. The doll's hair was blonde. She was wearing a satin dress and had an air of refinement about her. And her light blue eyes were so vivid. It was like they were staring right at me. I felt somewhat uncomfortable and looked away. So, this doll. Papa bought it for me when he went to France last year. Apparently, he found it in an antique store in a town called Lyon. Huh, a French doll. It must have been really expensive, I thought. Waka-chan, look real closely at the doll. Eh? She has beautiful eyes, right? Saki-chan asked, and I said, yes, she does. But honestly, I thought they were more creepy than beautiful. Her name is Elaine. Elaine? And Elaine has a secret. That secret is... Saki-chan then told me her story. Elaine was created by a doll maker who lived in Paris towards the end of the 19th century, at the request of someone really rich. The end of the 19th century means... 100. It means over 110 years ago. Wow, that means my grandmother wasn't even born then. This rich person was an adventurer and got his money doing bad things. One day, all the people who hated him got together to discuss what to do. Discuss? Saki-chan gave a small nod. That's right. They wanted to discuss how to kill him and make it look like an accident. And one day, they actually carried it out. It was a cold night with heavy snow, and they knew he was travelling to the next town in his coach, so they messed with the wheels, so that they would come off as he passed over a dangerous mountain road on the way. So then, what happened? I asked before I could stop myself, fully drawn into the story. Just as they had planned, the coach had an accident while crossing the mountain and fell into the deep valley below. But the rich man wasn't on it. Eh? He had a beautiful daughter. Her name was Elaine. And unlike her father, Elaine had a pure and kind heart. Because her father wasn't feeling well, she was heading to the next town in the heavy snow to get him some medicine. So it was Elaine in the coach? That's right. And she had never done anything wrong. How sad. Day after day, her father cried for her, and finally, he fell gravely ill, becoming so weak he was like an entirely different person. And then, one day, Saki-chan said, looking at the doll. This doll was delivered to his mansion. Right after the accident, he went to the doll maker and asked him to create it. With him, he took something wrapped in a handkerchief. Something? Yes. Apparently he opened it and showed it to the doll maker and asked him to make the doll using this. And what was it? Saki-chan stared at the doll in silence. Well, I wonder. I couldn't tear my eyes off the doll. It was like my gaze was drawn to her beautiful blue eyes. The rich man believed that one day that doll would be reborn as Elaine. Wow. For some reason, Saki-chan started laughing. Waka-chan, that story scared you, right? Yeah. It was a little too scary. Hey Saki-chan, was that story really true? Who knows? That's what the old woman running the antique store told my dad as he looked at it. But there's no way it could be true, right? Right? I hated scary stories, and before I could stop myself, I screamed. Saki-chan laughed like she was enjoying herself. Then there was a knock at the door, and it quietly opened. Oh, welcome! It was Saki-chan's father. He was rather tall and handsome. Sorry for intruding like this. Not at all. Make yourself at home, he said politely to me. Then he stared at the doll before closing the door in silence. Papa actually really loves Elaine. He might love her even more than me. Saki-chan glared at the doll. Then, as heavy snow fell one night near Christmas, a tragedy occurred. The mansion where Saki-chan lived went up in flames. Several fire trucks tried to put out the blaze, but the flames were too strong and the mansion burnt down. At the time, her father was at the hospital and Saki-chan was home alone. Luckily, she was able to escape without even a single burn. They didn't know what caused the fire. A few days later, I visited Saki-chan in the hotel she was staying at because I was worried about her. Saki-chan, cheer up, alright? Thanks. Don't worry about me. To tell you the truth, it was me. Eh? I was so upset that Papa might love Elaine more than me, so I lit the fire. I just stood there, unable to say anything. Elaine was burnt in the fire. But Papa, he searched and searched in the ashes, and then finally found them. Eh? 2 blue eyes. They alone didn't burn. He put them in a handkerchief and now he's watching them carefully. Saki-chan? That wasn't a true story, right? It was fake? Saki-chan just laughed. Saki-chan transferred schools soon after that. She said she'd tell me her new address later, but I never heard from her again. Apparently, her father stopped working at the hospital too. The only thing I heard was that they maybe moved somewhere around Hokkaido. 1 year later, during winter, I visited a town in Hokkaido with my family. A relative of ours died, and so we attended her funeral. And on the way home from the funeral, I was walking in the snow when I saw a tall man holding hands with a beautiful girl. It was Saki-chan's father. His cheeks were gaunt, and he seemed to be staring into space. The girl was Saki-chan. For some reason, both her eyes were closed. She tightly held her father's hand and walked with her eyes closed. Saki-chan? I called out, and then she stopped. That voice. Waka-chan? Yeah. Saki-chan, what's wrong with your eyes? My father performed surgery for me. Surgery? Yes. At the moment, I can only open them sometimes, she said, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Ah! My breath caught in my throat. Both of her eyes were blue. They were Elaine's eyes. I'm going to become Elaine. Saki-chan, I'm going to become Elaine. Right, Papa? Yes, that's right. Saki-chan laughed, and pulling her father's hand, they disappeared into the snow. Ghost surrounded by bread. Okada Shiori from Class 5-2 loved the cream buns from her local bread store, the Goto Bakery. The cream buns from there were sweet and chock full of delicious custard. She was filled with joy every time she ate it and smiled without realizing it. But they didn't make a lot of cream buns, so she often found them sold out when she went to buy one. The owner of the bakery, Goto Kin, was a gentle-looking man of around 40. Every day he started work early, baking all sorts of bread and then lining them up in his store. But there was one part of Goto Bakery that was a little strange. There was a creepy painting on the shop's back wall. There was a woman in a blue dress floating through the air under a crescent moon. The woman looked like a ghost. Looking at the painting frightened Shiori, and she tried not to look at it whenever she bought some bread. But against her better judgment, she still found herself looking at it. The woman's eyes appeared to be glaring and full of malice. She knew it was just a picture, but it still gave her chills. Why on earth did a bakery have a picture of a ghost? There were rumors about it at school as well. The guy that runs the bakery is actually a ghost, one of the boys said. There's no way, Shiori said before she could stop herself. Goto-san wakes up early every morning to make bread, and he works until late at night. A ghost would never work that much. But I heard that you'll be cursed as well if you eat the bread from that bakery. No, you won't. I always eat bread from there, and I'm perfectly fine. Shiori didn't want anything bad said about Goto-san, who made the exceptionally delicious cream buns. When Shiori visited Goto Bakery that Saturday afternoon, there were no more cream buns left on the shelves. They're sold out, huh? Disappointed, she went to choose something else when Goto-san approached her. If you're after a cream bun, I have just one left. He went into the kitchen and then returned with a single cream bun. I thought you might come today, so I put it aside for you. And here you are. Thank you! Shiori was so happy that she looked around the store for something else to buy as well. Her eyes fell upon the painting of the woman in the blue dress. She thought about directly asking Goto-san about why it was in the store. Excuse me? Yes? About that picture. Who is that woman in the blue dress? Well, that is... Goto-san looked troubled. I'm sorry. I asked something I shouldn't have. Shiori quickly apologized. No, it's fine. Customers occasionally ask me about it, seeing as it's a little creepy and doesn't really suit a bakery. I think so as well. That woman in the blue dress is a ghost, after all. A ghost? Yes. My younger brother Junji painted it. Goto-san started to explain. Junji was considerably younger than me. He was sickly ever since he was young and spent most of his time in the house. He loved drawing pictures. He wanted to be an artist when he grew up. But he passed away from illness before he turned 20. He left behind around 10 oil paintings before he died. 3 years ago, I quit my office job and decided to open a bakery. And I wanted to display one of my younger brother's paintings in that store. Shiori looked at the picture of the woman in the blue dress again. Is that so? But if you wanted to hang a painting, then why not hang something that isn't a ghost? Shiori accidentally blurted out loud. Yeah, that's true. Goto-san gave a small nod. I'm sorry, that was rude of me. Not at all. It's natural to think that way. It's normal to think that a ghost painting in a bakery is odd. But... Goto-san stared at the painting as he spoke. All of the paintings Junji left behind are of ghosts. They're all ghosts? Shiori was shocked. That's right. Every single one of the 10 paintings are of ghosts. Ghosts clinging to windows, ghosts at the intersection, ghosts standing at the railway crossing, ghosts wrapped around telephone poles. Ghosts sitting on the stairs, ghosts clinging to trucks, ghosts coming out of graves. Chills ran down Shiori's spine. Every single one of them has a ghost. My brother could see ghosts, you see? The bakery fell silent, and Shiori felt like somebody was looking at her. The woman in the blue dress was staring at her, her eyes full of hatred. If I wanted to put up one of Junji's paintings, then they all had ghosts in them. They don't really suit a bakery, but still, I wanted to display one of the paintings my brother left behind in my store. Shiori understood just how Goto-san felt towards his dead brother. This woman in the blue dress is beautiful, right? That's why I decided to hang it up. Apparently her name is Masayo. Masayo? Yes, that's what Junji said long ago. She suddenly appeared before him one day, just like this, floating in the air, and apparently they spoke. Masayo-san, Shiori muttered, and then she heard a voice. Do you understand how I feel? It was a woman's voice. Hey, you! Do you understand how I feel? Shiori thought that it was Masayo's voice. It didn't seem that Goto-san could hear it. Huh. Masayo blinked in the painting. Shiori took a step back. What's wrong? Goto-san asked, worried. She blinked. She just blinked. Huh? Seemed Goto-san hadn't noticed it at all. Come to think of it, Junji said something about that before. He said that when you paint a picture of a ghost, the real ghost will enter it. The real ghost? Goto-san panicked when he saw Shiori's terrified face. Unlike my brother, I've never once seen a real ghost before. Oh my, we have chatted for far too long. I'm sorry. Here, please take this bread roll as my apology. Thank you. Shiori paid for the cream bun and then fled the store, as though running away from the painting of Masayo. Shiori walked down a quiet alley with her cream bun and bread roll in a bag. The area was full of deserted lots and empty houses, and she was the only one there. Do you understand how I feel? She heard a voice coming from behind her. Shiori froze on the spot. Too scared to turn around, something cold approached her, and then appeared right before her eyes. It was Masayo. Her legs floated roughly 30 centimeters above the ground. Do you understand how I feel? No, I don't, Shiori said. I mean, I don't know anything about you. Let me tell you about me. Masayo said. Every day, I'm surrounded by delicious bread. Especially the cream buns. They always sell out. I'm always surrounded by delicious bread, and yet I can't eat a single piece of it. I wonder what those cream buns taste like. I want to try some, even if it's just one bite. Huh? She hadn't expected the ghost to feel that way. Shiori didn't know what to say. Just one bite. I want some cream bun. Shiori presented the cream bun without hesitation. Sure, here you go. Floating 30 centimeters above the ground, Masayo bent down and grabbed the cream bun in Shiori's hand. Then she broke it in half. Wow, there's so much cream. Her voice full of surprise, Masayo handed the other half to Shiori. If you wanted a cream bun, Shiori said, then you should ask Goto-san, not me. I think he'll give you all the cream buns you want. Masayo looked down at the ground and shook her head. No. No matter how much I call out to him, he doesn't seem to hear me. Some people are like that. Even though his brother could see and painted a picture of me, and he heard my name, Goto-san hasn't noticed me at all. Masayo sighed and looked at Shiori. Can you tell me your name? I'm Okada Shiori. Shiori, thanks for the cream bun. Holding half the cream bun in her hand, Masayo floated off into the sky. Before long, she disappeared entirely. Shiori wondered if Masayo would even be able to eat that half a cream bun. Several days passed. Shiori visited the Goto bakery. Masayo disappeared with half her cream bun that day. But Shiori really wanted to know whether she ate it or not. Her painting was still there on the wall. Shiori immediately realized that Masayo had eaten the bun. And that was because her face in the painting had changed. The hatred in her eyes was gone, replaced with a more gentle expression. Even ghosts found the cream buns from Goto Bakery delicious. Relieved, Shiori nodded at Masayo. Then she saw Goto-san putting some cream buns on a tray in the kitchen. He continued to slice the bread, completely unawares. The poster's wish. Ayaka stood on the platform and looked around. The train had just left, so there were no passengers nor staff around. And on that empty platform, Ayaka slowly approached the notice board for advertisements. Then, she tore down the poster of her favourite idol promoting some canned coffee. She quickly rolled it up and put it in her bag. Then, pretending like nothing had happened, she exited the station. As soon as she got home, Ayaka went straight to her room. Then she took the poster out of her bag and put it on her wall. The idol who collected the gazes of all at the station was now smiling in her room alone. Ayaka was so happy that she smiled too. Looking closer, there were numerous posters on her walls of famous idols and actresses, Yes, Ayaka had a terrible habit. And that was stealing posters from trains and stations. The first one she took was one of her favourite idols promoting shoes. She was nervous, but it went surprisingly well, and so, after that, she stole numerous others. There were now 10 or so posters on the walls in her room. She lied to her parents and said she got them from the father of a friend who worked at the station. One day, she discovered a new poster in the space that had been empty at the station all that time. It was an ad for makeup, and a beautiful woman was holding a bag. Only the upper half of her body could be seen, but Ayaka had never seen this particular model before. But the bag she was holding was cute, and she wanted it right away. After the train left, and Ayaka confirmed there was no one else around, she quickly pulled the poster down. She rushed home and then immediately hung it on her wall. The name of the model was written in the corner of the poster, Wakita Kaoru, but Ayaka really had no idea who she was. But as she stared at the poster, not only was the model beautiful, but the design was gorgeous too, and Ayaka fell completely in love with it. That night, Ayaka heard a strange voice coming from somewhere as she slept. It was someone crying. Surprised, Ayaka turned the lights on and looked around the room. But there was nobody there. Of course there wasn't. I must still be half asleep, she thought, and turned the lights off again. But then she heard the weeping again. But still, there was nobody there. What on earth was going on? By this point, Ayaka was terrified, and she went to her mother's room to convince her to let her sleep there. The next morning, Ayaka nervously went back to her room, but of course, nobody was there. What on earth was that crying last night? Did she really just imagine it? With that on her mind, she looked around the room and was suddenly surprised. Wakita Kaoru, the model on the poster she stole just the day before, was smiling. But her mascara had stained black around her eyes. No way! She didn't look like that the day before. Ayaka grew frightened. She threw a few textbooks in her bag, ran out of her room, and hurried to school. Hey, do you know someone called Wakita Kaoru? Ayaka quickly asked her classmates once she arrived at school. She thought maybe one of her friends might know who she was. But nobody had ever heard of her before. There was only one person who seemed to remember something when asked. Wakita Kaoru. I feel like I've heard that name before. But where? I think she was in an accident a few months back. When she got home, Ayaka didn't go to her room, but rather straight to the living room. Then, using her mother's computer, she looked up Wakita Kaoru on the internet. Numerous newspaper articles featuring her name popped up. They were from 3 months ago. On the evening of something something, On a road in something ward in Tokyo, a woman died instantly after being hit by a car ignoring a red light. The woman was Wakita Kaoru, 23, a model. She had just signed a contract with a large makeup producer. She died instantly. Ayaka couldn't believe her eyes. Hey Mum, do they use models who have just recently died on posters? I think there are some that use famous people who died long ago. Why? What about people who died just recently? I highly doubt that happens. So then, why was that poster hanging at the train station then? And on top of that, that poster had cried. Trembling, Ayaka nervously went back to her room. Just like that morning, the poster of Wakita Kaoru was still there. Turning the lights on and looking closer, the mascara around her eyes had run even more, and her smile had warped into an expression of pain. Before she could stop herself, Ayaka tore the poster off the wall. Rip! What the hell are you? I'm gonna toss you out! But then, Kaoru in the poster suddenly opened her mouth. Stop. Kaoru's mouth slowly opened and spoke to Ayaka. Don't throw me away. Don't kill me a second time. Ayaka threw the poster on the spot and ran from her room. And once again that night, she slept in her mother's room, clinging tightly to her. She couldn't say anything about the poster. If she did, then her mother would learn that she had stolen it. But Ayaka struggled to get to sleep. She was scared, yes, but most of all, she couldn't get what Kaoru said out of her mind. Don't kill me a second time. The next morning, that poster was still on the floor when she entered her room. Her face still looked like she'd been crying. But looking closer, Kaoru really was beautiful. She didn't suit such a sad face. Picking the poster up, Ayaka summoned all her courage and touched Kaoru's face. Kaoru smiled just a little. At the same time, an image suddenly flashed in the back of her mind. It was Kaoru's memories. While still alive, she was struggling to do her best. She took lessons. She struggled constantly, even without sleep, to achieve her dream of becoming a model. Then, finally, she was chosen to become the model of a famous makeup company. Just a few short weeks after taking the photos, the poster was done. These posters will go up all over Japan, at train stations, in department stores, and even in newspapers. The woman holding a bag in the poster almost looked like another person, and she felt somewhat embarrassed. But still, she was pleased that she had finally achieved her dream. But on the way home, she was involved in a traffic accident. Of course, they could hardly put out posters of a person who had just died. Both the sponsors and company decided, and so Kaoru's poster was thrown out. Thousands of posters were then discarded at the dump. But Kaoru's spirit had transferred to one of those posters. I wanted everyone to see this. Kasa. Having become a poster, Kaoru crawled across the ground. Kasa kasa. She left the dump and entered the nearest train station. Then she climbed up the wall and attached herself to the advertising space. "Is that so? Should I return you there then?" Ayaka muttered, and Kaoru nodded. "Yes." Ayaka finally realized something. That's right, posters exist to be seen by all. She rolled the poster up and put it in her bag. She took the rest of the posters she had stolen down and put them in a paper bag. Then she went to the station. Making sure no one was around, she put Kaoru's poster back on the advertising board. Finally, Kaoru smiled. "Thank you." "No, I'm sorry." Ayaka then went to the station master's office and returned all the posters she had stolen. He smiled and forgave her. He praised her for being honest. After that, Ayaka looked at Kaoru's poster every day when she got on the train. And each time, Kaoru smiled back at her. Sometimes she saw workers and office ladies admiring her beauty too. But as the days wore on, Kaoru's colours started to fade. But still, Kaoru seemed to wear it with pride. And she seemed to be smiling even more. Then, 1 month later, Kaoru's poster was suddenly replaced with another. It must have been disposed of. But Kaoru was no doubt happy. She had carried out her duty as a model. With that on her mind, Ayaka stood on the station platform. She would never steal another poster again. When she closed her eyes, she saw Kaoru's smiling face as everyone looked at her poster. Light blue cardigan. On a crisp autumn day, a market was being held at the park. A flag blew in the wind with "Mutual Recycling Meet" on it. Clothes for all seasons and small daily goods. Large furniture, small toys, and other such items sat upon large tarps. 5th grader Mitsuru visited the market with his grandmother. His grandmother's feet weren't doing so well lately, and so she often tripped over. And so, when she went walking, Mitsuru joined her. Mitsuru wasn't especially interested in the items at the market. He mostly just wanted to get the walk over with quickly, return home, and eat some snacks. "Mitsuru, would you mind if we go in and have a look? There might be a nice treasure in there," his grandmother said, looking around. "A nice treasure? What do you mean?" "It means something nice you can get for cheap." "Huh. I thought you meant something buried in the ground." "I'll get something for you too." "Eh? It's fine, Grandma." Mitsuru refused. "If you really want to get me something, then buy me a video game or a comic or something later. There are a few things I want." "Is that so? I wonder if we might not find something here to your likings as well." His grandmother started walking and looking around. "I told you, it's fine. Just buy something for yourself." "Really?" "Oh?" His grandmother started looking through some children's clothing on the tarp. "I don't need anything." It wasn't like he was restraining himself, but at a glance, there didn't appear to be anything at the market that interested him. Oh, well, how about this? His grandmother held up a light blue cardigan for Mitsuru to see. It was a plain, simple cardigan. It's a bright colour, so you can wear it in spring too. It looks warm as well, so let me get it for you. Okay, thanks. Mitsuru, why don't you try it on first? And so, as his grandmother suggested, Mitsuru tried it on. Well, look at that. It suits you. His grandmother's eyes narrowed happily. Huh? For a moment, it felt like the cardigan clung to his body. It was soft and warm. When he looked down at the pocket, he saw the small letters K-N embroidered in brown. They were no doubt the initials of the previous owner. Oh? Mitsuru thought something was a little odd. He'd only been wearing the cardigan for 10 or 20 seconds, and yet it was getting tighter. Why was it changing like this? He rushed to take it off, and yet it kept getting tighter, like it was stuck to his body. What is this? He managed to get it off and then put it back where it came from. I don't want to wear that cardigan. I can understand it shrinking in the wash, but to shrink when I'm wearing it is weird. It's creepy. Oh my, is such a thing even possible? His grandmother looked at him in puzzlement. But light blue really does suit you. Anyway, don't buy it, okay? Come on, let's go. His grandmother looked at the cardigan regretfully before grabbing Mitsuru's hand and then walking away. One day, roughly 2 weeks later, Mitsuru was playing video games in his room when... Mitsuru, here! His grandmother came in holding a light blue cardigan. Ah, what's this, Grandma? Did you buy it? But I'm never going to wear it. It makes me feel weird. No, I knitted this one myself. Eh? I didn't buy that cardigan from the market, but it really did suit you. I bought some wool and made you this instead. Really? Why don't you try it on for me? Okay. He tried it on, and it was both warm and a perfect fit. Huh. Mitsuru was shocked. There were small initials embroidered on the pocket. K-N. Grandma, what's this? Ah, I put that on there just like that other cardigan. But my initials aren't KN. Ah, well, yes, that's true. But isn't it cool to have English on there? That's not the problem. But unlike the cardigan from the market, it didn't seem to be shrinking and strangling him. Mitsuru decided to honestly thank his grandmother. Grandma, thanks. You're welcome. She smiled happily. A short while later, as Mitsuru was walking around town wearing his cardigan, someone called out to him. Excuse me, that cardigan. Eh? When he turned around, a slim high school girl wearing a scarf was staring at him. Where did you get that cardigan from? Where did I get it from? My grandmother made it for me." "You're lying," the high school girl said in a low voice. "Look right there on the pocket. It says KN, doesn't it? That's my younger brother, Kawaii Nobuto. That's the cardigan I made for him." "Eh? Where on earth did you get it from?" Mitsuru explained the situation to her. He tried the cardigan on at the market and it felt like it was clinging to him. Then his grandmother made him one the same colour and put the same initials on there too. "Is that so? I'm sorry." Nobuto's big sister, Kawaii Miki, apologized. As the evening autumn breeze blew, Miki spoke to Mitsuru in the town centre. Because she was good at knitting, she made a cardigan for Nobuto's birthday. But he left it at a game centre one day and lost it. She got angry at him for treating something she made for him so poorly. Then, the next day, there was an accident involving a crane at a construction site, and Nobuto was killed. I wonder where that cardigan is. If I could get it back, I'd like to give it to Nobuto again. Eh? Give it to him again? I'll take it with me the next time I visit his grave, Miki said. Well then, if you ask that person from the market about it, maybe they'll still have it. I'm pretty sure it was the mutual recycling meet. If you ask the public hall, maybe they'll know about it. Miki stared at the cardigan. But this cardigan really does look exactly the same. She then grabbed the edge of it. Tears ran down her cheeks as she touched the embroidered initials. If you'd like, why don't you take this one with you? Eh? If I explain to Grandma, she'll understand. So, here you go. Mitsuru took the light blue cardigan off and gave it to Miki. Thank you. But aren't you cold? I'm fine. I prefer lighter clothes anyway. I was just wearing it because my grandmother made it for me. You're very kind. Miki softly touched Mitsuru's cheek. Her finger was freezing, but his cheeks flushed warm with embarrassment. Well then, see you around. She waved and then disappeared into the crowd. When Mitsuru got home, his grandmother appeared to greet him. Welcome back. When he saw her bright smile, his heart hurt. He gave away that cardigan she worked so hard to make him, without even thinking about the feelings she put into it. How would she look if she found out? Would she smile and forgive him? If he were in her position, what would he do? If there was something you put your heart into making for someone, and then they gave it away to someone else, how would you feel? If it were him, he would honestly be upset. As he ate dinner, and as he watched TV, he couldn't get the cardigan out of his head. That night, Mitsuru finished his homework and was surfing the internet. He wanted to know more about that crane accident Miki mentioned, so he started looking for information on it. Crane. Accident. Nobuto. He put in the keywords and then hit search, and there it was. It really did happen, and there was even a video from the news at the time as well. A crane on a construction site tipped over today. 2 pedestrians were killed and another injured. The two killed were siblings, 10-year-old Kawaii Nobuto and 16-year-old Kawaii Miki. According to reports, they were on their way to the nearby game center at the time. No way! Mitsuru couldn't believe his eyes. He could tell from the video that the two who died were Nobuto and Miki. So then, who on earth did he speak to that day? He started to panic. Suddenly, a cold breeze blew over Mitsuru's neck, and his curtains billowed. But the window was closed. Miki suddenly appeared from the shadows of the billowing curtain. Why? Mitsuru was so scared that he couldn't move. You were so kind when it came to my brother that I took a liking to you. That's why I'd like you to be his friend. His friend? Yes. Well then, let's go. As he stood frozen on the spot, Miki grabbed Mitsuru's hand. All the power drained from his limbs, like he'd been hypnotized, and he was unable to resist. You're a good boy. You even gave me your cardigan to give to Nobuto. At that moment, an image of his grandmother's smiling face came to mind. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? Miki asked gently. I'd like you to give that cardigan back. My grandmother made it, so it's something very important to me. I'll apologize to Nobuto-kun, so please, give it back. Miki quietly let go of his hand. An expression of sadness washed over her face for a moment, and then she smiled. I see. So it really was important to you then. I'm sorry. I said I'd give it to you, but... It's fine. I understand very well how it feels to lose something precious to you. And because there's somebody who loves you so, I can't take you with me. Eh? Miki gently handed the light blue cardigan over. You take good care of it. His eyes downcast, Mitsuru clutched the cardigan tightly and nodded. When he looked back up, Miki was gone. A gentle breeze blew in from the window that was slightly ajar. Ukime. I first saw them around October, deep into autumn. It was during science class, when the lights were off and the projector was on. Earth and the moon took up most of the space on the screen before me. And every time there was a clicking sound, the moon changed shape from crescent to full. I found the slides utterly boring, so I leaned back and yawned. Then, something appeared to be floating in the back corner of the room. It was 2 eyeballs. I screamed, jumped, and fell over with my chair. What are you doing? Be quiet! The teacher got angry, and everyone laughed at me, but I didn't care. What on earth was that? Seriously, what was that? What on earth were those eyes? I wasn't mistaken. No matter how many times I looked or what angle I looked from, they were eyes. It was like someone had taken the eyes out of the science room anatomical model and they were now floating in the air. But they were also looking right at me. Again, I screamed, jumped, and fell over with my chair. Eyes! There are eyes! I panicked and pointed at them, but everyone just looked confused. Takada! Stop messing around right this second! The teacher got angry at me again, and everyone laughed. I rubbed my eyes and looked at the back of the room again, but the 2 eyes were gone. Did I just dream it? During maths class that afternoon, I still couldn't forget about those eyes. Not only that, but they even appeared again. As I turned to look to my left, they were right next to me. 2 eyes. They were there again. They were staring at the blackboard. I pointed them out to the girl sitting next to me. Eyes! Eyes! But she just looked at me confused. No way. Was I the only person who could see them? I didn't hear anything the teacher said that day, and I basically ran all the way home. But when I got back, my mother got angry at me. Yoichi! Go to your cram school, right now! And so I had no choice but to go straight there. 6 months earlier, I messed up by saying that I wanted to take the test to get into a good junior high. As soon as I said that, my mother enrolled me in a cram school specifically for it. I told her I was still only in the 5th grade, so it was too early for that, but she wouldn't listen to me. But more importantly right now, what on earth were those eyes? And why was I the only one who could see them? With that weighing on my mind, I sat down at my desk at cram school, and there, floating above it, were 2 eyes. What on earth were these things? Why were they following me around? I had no choice but to take class with them. The pair of eyes stared intently at the teacher throughout the lesson. And so, those eyes were just always by my side. At regular school, and cram school, and even when I was in my room at home. Before long, I barely even noticed them anymore. At regular school and cram school, those eyes always stared intently at the board. Did those eyes really enjoy learning that much? How strange. That was what I thought at first, but over time, things changed. When I made a mistake at either of my schools, the eyes would turn scary and start buzzing around my head before hitting me. And this would continue until I got the right answer. That hurts! Stop it! Do you want to study? Then you should do it yourself. When I said that, the eyes turned sad. Tears even fell from them. Even I felt bad seeing that, and so I got back to answering the questions. And so, autumn passed and winter arrived. Then, something huge happened. Under the Spartan training of the eyes, my grades actually started to improve bit by bit. Yoichi-kun, you've gotten a lot more serious about your study lately, huh? You keep at it. Although, you have started talking to yourself lately a lot more as well. Both my regular and cram school teachers said to me, I've got high hopes for the upcoming national mock exam. At this rate, passing will be a cinch. My mother smiled and bowed to my teachers, tears forming in her eyes. Thank you so much. My boy can do anything he sets his mind to. We can do this, right, Yoichi? Why was everyone putting their expectations on me without caring how I felt? The eyes should take the junior high test, not me. Still, what on earth were those eyes? They were always by my side, right? I started thinking about them again. As I was on my way to cram school with a knowledgeable friend, I finally opened up about the eyes. And rather than make fun of me, he told me all sorts of stuff. They've gotta be Ukime. Ukime? What the heck is that? It's a type of yokai, and when you write it in kanji, it means floating eyes. And I think at first it was a ghost, but then at some point it turns into a yokai or something. The next day, I went to the library at school and opened a yokai encyclopedia. Ukime was inside. Right there, it said that Ukime was a type of yokai. It also said it was a pair of floating eyes that formed from a ghost that was full of lingering regret. And these eyes would forever follow the first person to look at them. Then it said one last thing. This isn't especially a ghost or yokai that curses people. Its lifespan is only 49 days. I counted how long it had been since I first saw those eyes. Then I realized that the 49th day since then was exactly the same day as the national mock exam. I glanced at the eyes as they read the book next to me. Apparently, you're called an Ukime. The eyes continued joyfully reading the book. I wonder if it understands what a lifespan means. I looked back at all the times we had spent together. At first, I was creeped out, but now I was used to the eyes being there. When I played, when I studied, and even when I slept, they were there. Would they really disappear? That thought made me kinda sad. And so I tried not to think about it anymore. Time passed, and the day of the mock exam arrived. I was more worried about the eyes than the test. All I could do was worry. But the eyes looked the same as always, floating around me. Hey, maybe I'll skip out on the test today, huh? Then the eyes started hitting me. Seemed they were mad. Okay. You want me to go, right? I couldn't stop thinking about the eyes on the way to cram school, and I watched them out of the corner of my eye. They really did look the same as always. We walked along the river where we often played. We're never going to be able to play together again, huh? The eyes floated in silence. The test started soon after I arrived at school. The eyes floated by my side like they always did. Thinking about how we'd never take tests like this together again either, I felt like I was going to cry several times. As I was getting ready to go home after the test, I realized that the eyes were gone. No way. How could they disappear before I even had a chance to say anything? I searched every corner of the room, but the eyes were nowhere to be seen. Maybe they had gone home before me. I ran out of the school. But in the end, I couldn't find the eyes anywhere. My nerves snapped all at once. I lost all energy and motivation and could barely even eat. Seeing that, my mother probably mistook it for me thinking I'd failed the test. I was sure I did fine on the test. And that was all thanks to those eyes. That night, I had a dream. The eyes floated through the air in front of me. I was so happy that I ran after them, but I couldn't catch up. Then they entered a house by the river. I ran inside, and a boy was standing there. He was around my height, and the first thing I noticed about him was his large eyes. "Thanks for everything," the boy said to me. Eh? And then the dream ended. When I woke up, I was still curious about that boy. Who was he? Was he somehow connected to those eyes? I couldn't stop thinking about it. And then, as I was walking alongside the river on my way to cram school, I saw a house. No doubt about it, that was the same house I saw in my dream. No way! It actually exists! I peered into the yard. There was a veranda with a Japanese-style room behind it. There was an altar as well. There was a photo of a young boy by that altar. I was shocked to see it was the same boy from my dream. "And who might you be?" I jumped as an elderly woman suddenly called out to me. She was that boy's grandmother, and she told me all about him. She said that last year he passed away in a traffic accident. He loved playing the piano. He wanted to attend a music university, and so he studied at cram school until late every night so he could enter a good junior high for it. I'm sure he wanted to do some sort of work with music in the future. I thanked her and then left the house. Then I had a thought. He died with unfinished goals. He must have wanted to study more and more to reach his own dream of the future. I could still attempt any challenge that I wanted. And he was no doubt jealous of that. "Thanks for everything." He appeared thankful in my dream. And yet, I think that he wanted more time on this planet to try all the things he wanted to do himself. And so, I had to tightly hold on to my own goals and achieve them for his sake as well. As I stared at the river, the water turning orange in the sunset, I started walking towards the future once more. Monokko. It was a Sunday evening, and I was on my way home from cram school. I put a piece of fruit candy in my mouth. At that moment, a breeze blew and the candy wrapping went flying. I thought about picking it up, but I couldn't be bothered, and so I kept walking. Suddenly my back felt cold. Tap, tap. Something tapped me from behind, so I turned around. "You mustn't litter on the road." A boy with big round eyes and big round glasses said. He looked to be in the 1st or 2nd grade. "Ah, it's not like I threw that away. The wind took it." "You mustn't make excuses, but rather pick it up right away." The way this younger kid spoke to me really got on my nerves. I had just moved here, sure, but I was in the 5th grade. "What the hell? Look, kid, I'm in the 5th grade. I don't need you telling me what to do." "It doesn't matter what grade you're in. You mustn't throw rubbish on the ground." "Shut up." I glared at the boy, and he hurried away. He picked up the candy wrapper and presented it to me. "Everything has a soul inside it, you know?" "Huh?" "This wrapper wants to be put in the bin. It's sad being discarded on the road. It's crying." The wrapper was crying. What a weird kid, I thought. But he was right. It wasn't good to just leave rubbish on the road. Yeah, all right," I said loudly, and then put the wrapper in my pocket. "You sure do get angry easily, huh?" "Shut up." "Get away from me." Annoyed, I started walking away again. After walking a short distance, I turned around, and the boy in the glasses was gone. Who the hell was that kid? During lunch the next day, I told the other kids about the annoying kid in the glasses. Then Nishiyama Kaori, who sat next to me, said something. "Ono-kun, that boy is the Monokko." "Huh? Monokko?" "Yeah. He appears to warn people if they throw away candy wrappers, empty bags, ice cream sticks, empty cans and such. He says that they have souls inside them, and you mustn't throw them away." Yeah. He said something weird. "Have you seen him too?" "No, I've just heard of him." "Why do they call him Monokko?" I asked, and Nishiyama answered. Everything, mono, has a soul, kokoro, inside it, you know. And that's why people started calling him Monokko. He? Does he go to this school? Yeah, apparently he was a 1st grader here last year. Eh? What do you mean he was a 1st grader last year? Monokko is a ghost, she muttered. A ghost? Yeah. There was an accident near school last year. A bike slipped on an empty can on the road. And then a car turned suddenly to avoid it and... a 1st grader who was walking there got hit and died. That kid was a ghost? I was blown away. But it was true that I felt something cold when he touched my back. That's why he warns people when he finds them littering on the street. I see. I felt bad for telling him to shut up. Then about 10 days later, I ran into Monokko again. I was on the way home from playing at my friend's house. There were several empty cans on the road. The bin next to the vending machine had been tipped over. Maybe someone had kicked it when they were passing by. Monokko was picking them up by himself and putting them back in the bin. He had died and turned into a ghost because of an accident involving an empty can. He was loud and annoying, but I felt bad for him. I decided to help. Monokko turned around as I approached. "Hey, it's you! Thanks for what you did last time." Yeah, no worries." We put all the empty cans back in the bin. Everything has a soul inside it. Again it started. His name was Monokko, so of course he started again. The cans stopped crying once we returned them to the bin. "That's great. Thank you for helping me pick them up." He suddenly grabbed my hand. Ugh! Seemed he was trying to shake my hand. His hand was as cold as ice. It felt like the temperature in my own hand was dropping. And not just in my hand, but my whole body. Honestly, I felt afraid of him. Monokko looked at me with his round glasses and big eyes, and smiled. "Stop it!" Before I could stop myself, I shook his hand off. He suddenly looked sad and cast his eyes downwards. "Sorry. Well then." I went to leave, but then Monokko spoke up. It's crying. It's crying." Eh? I looked around the alley. There wasn't a single empty can on the ground. "It's crying." He looked behind the bin. There was a single black umbrella behind it. The handle was thick and it looked expensive. Monokko picked it up. "This umbrella, it's crying." "Because it was thrown away?" I said, and Monokko shook his head. "No, that's not it. The umbrella is screaming." "Huh? Let me see it." I took that black umbrella from him. It was pretty heavy. Using all my strength, I opened it. It spread with a satisfying response. Not a single steel frame was broken. It was an amazing umbrella, not like the cheap one Dad had at home. Then, snap! A terrible pain spread throughout my face in an instant. My face hurts. What happened? Monokko pressed his ear to the umbrella. "It seems there's somewhere this umbrella wants to go." "Where? Back to its owner?" "No, not there." Monokko started briskly walking away. "You should come too. It's this way." I closed the umbrella and then followed him. Monokko stopped by the police box near the station Please take the umbrella over there. The police box? So, tell them it's a lost item? No, not that. Please have the police investigate the umbrella. Huh? Have them investigate it? That's what it wants. Everything has a soul in it. Yeah, sure. Alright. I went over and spoke to the police officer inside. Excuse me, could you please investigate this umbrella? The officer looked between me and the umbrella. What do you mean, investigate it? I don't understand that either, but at any rate, I want you to look into it. Yes, but... Please investigate it. I asked seriously, and the officer nodded. Alright, I'll take it then. Please tell me your name and address. I'm Ono Haruki. I live at... After I handed him the umbrella and went outside, Monokko was gone. Another 10 days later, the police officer visited my house. We've come to learn something terrible, the officer said. 1 month ago, there was an incident in front of the station in the next town over. 2 pedestrians got into a fight. One man lost his temper and hit the other in the face with an umbrella, causing him great injury before running away. Eh? Our investigations led us to believe that this was the umbrella used. I gulped. The criminal ran with the umbrella and then threw it away secretly a distance from his house. Being handmade in Italy, there are not many people who have one of these. The umbrella's owner, meaning the criminal, was arrested. I was shocked. But still, how on earth did you know about the umbrella? The officer asked me, confused. Well, Monokko said... Huh? Monokko? What is that? It would take too long to explain, and he probably wouldn't believe me anyway. And so, I told him what Monokko always said. Everything has a soul inside it. Everything has a soul inside it. The umbrella that was used to hurt a person and then discarded was upset, and Monokko managed to hear it. I never saw him again after that. He was probably busy picking up rubbish around the place. There was an empty can on the ground near my cram school. I waited to see if Monokko might show up. But school was about to start, so I couldn't hang around forever. I picked it up and put it in the recycling bin. Then I ran to school. Audition. It happened one Sunday towards the end of November. The season was just starting to switch from autumn to winter, and it was a rather cold evening. Judy was waiting by the lights to cross the road on her way home from visiting the town library. As she waited, she heard a woman's voice call out to her. "Excuse me? There's something I'd like to talk to you about." Huh? Judy looked at the woman in surprise. The woman, who was probably around 25 years old, had a serious air about her. Yet the moment she saw her, Judy felt something odd. Her hairstyle and clothes seemed rather old-fashioned. Suddenly, she said something that shocked her. "Would you like to appear on TV?" "Eh?" "I'm looking for someone to play Oba Akira's younger sister in the drama he's starring in." "You're exactly what we're looking for." Oba Akira? Judy had never heard of anyone famous with that name before. "You've never heard of him?" "He never appears in dramas or variety shows. He only works in movies." "A movie star?" Judy barely ever went to the movie theatre. But if he was a movie star, then he had to be a top-class talent, she thought. Although he has never appeared on television up until now, he is now the lead in an upcoming drama. And so, I'm looking for a girl to take on the role of his younger sister. "Are you from the television station?" Judy asked. "No, I'm Oba Akira's manager. My name is Sawai Mari. There's no need to be afraid of me." Sawai Mari smiled. "At any rate, I'd like you to at least try the audition." Judy was put on the spot. There were several people in her grade who wanted to become famous, but Judy wasn't one of them. She didn't like to stand out. Plus, when it gets dark in the evening, there's a kidnapper crawling around out there. She suddenly remembered what her grandmother said. As they were standing there talking, the sun was setting and it was starting to get dark. "An audition is being held soon. Will you come?" Judy just wanted to quickly go home. "Sorry, I'm in a rush." "Is that so? That's too bad." Judy crossed the street. She turned around once she reached the other side, but Sawai Mari had disappeared into the crowd and she could no longer see her. On Monday morning, she went to school with her classmate Miwa. Miwa was the most mature, quiet girl in the class. It was unlike her to approach Judy to speak first. "Judy-chan, Someone asked me if I'd like to appear on TV." "Eh?" "As the younger sister of movie star Oba Akira." "Someone asked you yesterday?" "No, the day before yesterday, on Saturday. It was in the evening." "It wasn't someone by the name of Sawai Mari, was it?" "That's right." "Ah, did she approach you too?" "Yeah, she asked if I wanted to audition. But something didn't feel right about her." Miwa walked in silence. "Hey, Miwa-chan, you're not going to go to the audition, right?" "I've decided to go." "Eh? Really? Every day is so boring. I want to try something different, something I haven't done before, you know?" "I see. I don't know if I'll actually pass, but I want to try." Miwa laughed. It was a charming smile that Judy had never seen on her before. "I'll be going to the audition this Saturday. I sure hope I can get the role as Oba Akira's younger sister." It was a strong, clear voice she had never heard Miwa use at school before, and then she quickened her pace. "Miwa-chan." Judy was somewhat worried about her. She didn't think Sawai Muddy was a kidnapper, but still, something about the situation bothered her. And so, Saturday, the day of the audition, arrived. Judy went to the town library to return the book she had finished reading. She looked at the bookshelves, wondering what to borrow next. The spine of one of the books caught her eye. 100 Nostalgic Adolescent Movie Stars. Judy grabbed it before she could stop herself and flicked through it. Oba Akira's name was in it. There were several photos from the movies he'd been in. He grinned widely, his teeth on display. He gripped the steering wheel of a convertible. He ran along the beach waving his hands. They were all scenes from movies made over 30 years ago. Judy then read the comments. Oba Akira took main role after main role while in university, making him a star. Yet, something terrible happened while he was working on an action movie. As they were filming a dangerous scene in which he fought with a bad guy in a river, he drowned. A stuntman who was used to such dangerous scenes was supposed to film in his stead. But Oba was confident in his own abilities, and so he didn't want a stuntman to take his place. Then, when he got in the river, he was washed away. Oba Akira died over 30 years prior. And his manager, a woman, killed herself because she was so upset over what happened. Judy fled from the library, pulled out her phone, and called Miwa. Miwa-chan, where are you right now? At the station. I'm about to head to the audition. Miwa-chan, you mustn't go, Judy screamed. Oba Akira is dead. He died a long time ago. I know. Chills ran down Judy's spine when she heard that. You know, and yet you still intend to go to the audition? Why? I told you, didn't I? Nothing ever happens. I want to try something I've never done before. Miwa-chan, you can't. You mustn't go. She could hear the sound of the chime signaling the train was about to leave through the phone. Well then, I'm getting on the train now. I'm gonna hang up, okay? Miwa never returned home after that. The police did their best, but they were unable to determine if she was kidnapped or ran away from home, and they were never able to find her. Judy remembered what her grandmother had told her. What happens to those kids who are kidnapped? Who knows? I certainly don't. Either way, not a single child who was ever kidnapped came back. Late one night, a year after Miwa disappeared, Judy suddenly woke up. The clock said 3 a.m. She tried to go back to sleep, but she could hear something unpleasant. It was coming from the living room. Zaza. It sounded like rain falling. Judy went to the living room to see what it was. She figured out where the sound was coming from. The television had been left on in the dark room. Programming for the night had ended, and it was now nothing but white noise. Judy picked up the remote to turn it off when... Suddenly, the screen went bright. A blue ocean spread out before her. A red convertible drove on the road beside the beach. Behind the wheel was Oba Akira, and sitting next to him was Miwa. "Oh, big brother, what are we going to do with you?" Miwa said. And then, ha 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 ha, Oba Akira laughed. In the corner of the screen, some text appeared. The end. And then the white noise returned. No matter how many times Judy changed the channel after that, she never saw Miwa again. The Millionth Guest. Hayama Shoko was nervous. She worked as a companion at a rather large theme park in the city. Today, that park was about to receive its 1 millionth visitor. The millionth visitor was to receive a gift commemorating their visit. And that gift was a dreamlike ticket that allowed them to ride any attraction all day without lining up. Shoko's job was to hand that ticket over to the millionth guest and join them around the park. She absolutely mustn't upset the guest. Finally, it was time to open. Numerous people passed through the gates and entered the park. The staff worked hard to count each guest as they passed through. 999, 990, 999, 991. 999, 992, 999, 993. Then, finally, the 1 millionth guest passed through the gates. "You are the millionth visitor. Congratulations!" The millionth guest was a young boy. Shoko smiled brightly and hung a ring of flowers around his neck. "And what is your name?" "Yajima Kengo. I'm in the 4th grade." "Well then, Kengo-kun, the park has a present just for you. It's a ticket that allows you to ride all the attractions as much as you want. And you don't even have to line up for them. Isn't that wonderful?" What a strange child. That was Shoko's first impression of him. He didn't appear to be very happy, despite being the millionth visitor. His blank expression didn't change at all. Plus, he had come to the park all alone. Even so, Shoko put on her most cheerful voice as she spoke to the boy. "Well then, let's go. Kengo-kun, which ride would you like to go on first?" "The roller coaster," he said with his head down. Shoko got on the roller coaster with him. It slowly moved out. Shoko glanced down at the boy, but his expression was still blank. The roller coaster violently rode up and down the tracks, and everyone on board screamed. Shoko joined them, the speed and wind pulling her face back. But Kengo merely stared into the distance. In the end, his expression didn't change once the whole time they were on the ride. Finally, it was lunchtime, and Shoko and Kengo ate together. "Are you having fun, Kengo-kun?" "Ah, yeah. Lots of fun." "I see. That's good. You don't look very energetic, that's all. Are you okay? Kengo nodded faintly. I'm totally fine. I'm a little surprised, I guess. Surprised? Yes, surprised. All this time I've only watched, you know? You've only watched? Yeah. I always watch the park from that corner over there. There was a tiny white building in the distance where Kengo pointed. I've been there ever since I was born, and I always watch the park from my window. I can see the castle, the Ferris wheel, and the big boat from there. I can see the sparkling Christmas tree during winter as well. Everyone always looked to be having so much fun, so I wanted to visit one day as well, since long, long ago. Is that so? But aren't you happy that you're here now? Why? Shoko started, but then stopped herself. She didn't want to make Kengo feel bad by asking him why he couldn't come before now. Because I couldn't move. But now I can go anywhere. Shoko didn't really understand what he meant. I see, was the only thing that she could say. After that, Kengo finally brightened up. He said he wanted to go on the roller coaster again, meet some of the park characters, and generally enjoyed himself like the child he was. Hey, this way, this way! He screamed, running around between the attractions like he'd finally spread his wings. The sight made Shoko happy. The two of them enjoyed the day to their heart's content, not paying any attention to the time. When it came time to ride the final attraction for the day, Kengo turned around to Shoko walking behind him and said, "So, this is the last one I haven't been on yet, right?" "Yeah, I think so." "So, is there another ride that you'd like to go on one more time?" "No. It's about time for me to go now. My grandparents are waiting for me." "I see. Well then, let me walk you over." Yet, Kengo looked somewhat sad when she said that, and slowly shook his head. "It's fine. I can go by myself. Thank you. I had lots of fun today." He politely bowed his head. Then he turned around and disappeared into the crowd. Eh? Hey, Kengo-kun? Wait, hey, Kengo-kun? After that, Shoko ran around the park trying to find him, but Kengo was nowhere to be seen. They had spent so much time together, laughing and having fun, and she didn't even get to say goodbye. The thought made Shoko feel terribly depressed. She still felt down the following day as well. The park's photographer then approached her with a confused look on his face. "Take a look at this, would you?" He handed Shoko a single photo. "Is this from yesterday?" "Yeah, the millionth visitor to the park. You handed him the present, right? This is the photo I took of that moment." Eh? Shoko looked at the photo again and was speechless. "You see it, right?" He's not there. He's not in the photo. There was no young boy in the photo at all. Like Kengo alone had somehow slipped out of it. Shoko immediately ran out of the park. She made her way towards the white building that Kengo said he lived in. It was about a 10-minute jog from the park. That white building was a hospital. All I could do was watch the park from there. Shoko remembered the sad look on his face. Was he watching the park from this hospital? Did that mean he was hospitalized? If so, then how did he get to the park the day before? Shoko had no idea what was going on. She asked about him at reception and soon found his room. So it was true, Shoko thought. His room was on the corner of the 5th floor. She ran up the stairs. As she ran, a horrible feeling washed over her, and she felt like she might cry at any moment. That feeling got worse the closer she got to his room. When she finally reached it, his parents were standing out front. They informed Shoko that Kengo had died the previous morning. A single tear streamed down her face. Yajima Kengo. When he was only 2 years old, he fell sick with a serious illness. He was immediately hospitalized for treatment. But he continued to get worse. Not only could he not get out of bed, he could barely move his body at all. And still, he did his best to keep on living. He always said he wanted to visit that park someday. His parents gently moved the curtain aside and opened the window. Shoko could see the theme park she worked at in the distance. Just like Kengo said, she could see the castle, the Ferris wheel, and the large boat. It was the same scenery the boy, who had only lived for 10 short years, had looked at every single day of his life. Friend's hat. One night, 4th grader Kohei visited some public baths with his father. It was a cold night in the middle of November. Their hot water system broke that same evening, so they had no hot water at all. Usually his father always worked late, but on this particular day, his father was home in time for dinner. This was a rare occurrence. Kohei, would you like to visit a public bath tonight? Public bath? Yeah. There's one just past the shopping district, by the southern exit of the station. Are we going to drive there? No, let's walk. It's nice to visit a public bath once in a while. And so, Kohei and his father decided to head out. They walked through town as a cold breeze blew. Kohei, how has school been going recently? How is school? Is it fun? I guess. You're not being bullied, are you, Kohei? No, not really. And then the pair fell silent as they continued walking. The public baths were in an old building. A chimney poked into the night sky. This takes me back, his father muttered. Come on, Kohei, let's warm up. They got undressed, put their clothes in the locker, and then opened the rattling bathhouse door. Kohei and his father soaked in the bathtub of the steamy bathhouse. A picture of Mount Fuji with snow on its peak was painted on most of the wall. It's not as big as a hot spring, but this place is nice, right? Yeah, it is. Kohei smiled happily. Both his body and mind had pleasantly warmed up. But soon after that, something strange happened. When Kohei opened the third locker to take out his clothes, he realized there was a hat inside. It was a baseball cap. It had a baseball team's emblem on it with a brim. It seemed old and well used. Why is this in here? Kohei had put his clothes into an empty locker and then locked it. There was no hat in there. But when he unlocked it, there the hat was. What is going on? Kohei looked closely at the hat. It smelled sweaty. It was also dirty. There was a name written under the brim in marker. Mizuhara Isamu. Mizuhara Isamu? Kohei said out loud. Kohei, what's wrong? He heard his father's voice as he was getting out of the bath. This hat was in my locker. Eh? His father took the hat and looked under the brim. Mizuhara Isamu? His father looked surprised. Do you know him? Kohei asked. Yeah. Then his father stared into the distance. Dad? His father sighed. I'm thirsty. Kohei, do you want something to drink? There were drinks available in the changing room. Bottled milk, coffee-flavoured milk, and some fruit-flavoured milk, the colour of skin. So they still sell fruit-flavoured milk even now, his father said. Kohei tried the fruit-flavoured milk his father bought him. It's sweet, but a bit sour. It's good, right? Yeah. Having just gotten out of the bath, Kohei downed the rest of the milk. His father stared at the baseball cap. Then he took it home with them. Someone must have forgotten it. You shouldn't have brought it home with you, Kohei's mother said to his father, but he sat on the sofa in the living room and continued looking at it. Dad, who is Mizuhara Isamu? Yeah, there was a kid in my class in elementary school who went by that name. Mizuhara Isamu. His father looked right at him and then put the hat on his head. Looks like the perfect fit. The hat from his father's elementary school friend that was, for some reason, in the public bath locker. It just didn't sit right with Kohei, and he tried to take it off. Huh? He couldn't take it off. Huh? Hang on. The next morning, Kohei was forced to go to school with the hat still on his head. In the end, he had to go to bed with it on the night before as well. But that morning, he still couldn't take it off. It just hurt his head when he pulled on it, and the hat refused to come off. When he washed his face, and when he had breakfast, he had to keep the hat on. Hey, Kohei! As he walked to school, Matsuyama approached from behind. "What's up with the hat?" Matsuyama stared at it. "It's so old." He laughed, and his underlings, Honda and Hirai, laughed too. Kohei walked with his eyes on the ground. At morning homeroom, his teacher, Miss Naoko, said to him, "Nakano-kun, please take your hat off once you enter the classroom. Those are the rules." "I can't take it off." Impossible." Miss Naoko walked over to his seat and tried to take his hat off. "Miss, please stop. You're going to rip the skin off my head," Kohei said desperately, and everyone in the class laughed. Miss Naoko gave up, and Kohei spent the day in class wearing the hat. At lunchtime, Matsuyama and his friends surrounded Kohei. "Your hat is so lame." "Yeah, it's old and stinks. Get out of this classroom right now. Leave, Kohei." As they called for him to leave, others tried to hide their laughter. Then it was home time. Having worn the hat on his head the entire day, Kohei tried to go home. Huh? His shoes weren't in their shoebox. Did Matsuyama and his friends hide them again? Kohei was upset and thought himself pathetic. But he wasn't brave enough to go against Matsuyama and his friends. "Hey, Kohei, what are you doing?" In the distance, Matsuyama and his friends were making fun of him. Honda was holding up his shoes. Matsuyama, Honda, and Hirai laughed as they walked away. "Wait!" Kohei tried to run after them, but he hesitated to enter the school grounds wearing his indoor shoes. "Matsuyama-kun, give them back!" Kohei called out, but Matsuyama got further and further away. Upset and ashamed, Kohei started crying. But then... Go! He heard a voice by his ear, and Kohei looked around. Go, go, go! He didn't have time to wonder who the voice belonged to, and instead, Kohei started running. Wait! Matsuyama! Kohei screamed, running at Matsuyama and his friends at full speed. He caught up to them near the school gate. Kohei slammed into them and tried to take his shoes back. He stood up to Matsuyama and Honda and Hirai all by himself. Even as he fell, he got back up, faced them, and then finally took his shoes back. Matsuyama, Honda, and Hirai were so shocked by his power that they fell backwards. Kohei broke out in a sweat. Then, the baseball cap slipped off. Mizuhara Isamu. Kohei looked at the name written under the brim again. His father's childhood classmate. Who on earth was he? That night, Kohei told his father everything that had happened. About being bullied by Matsuyama at school. And about not telling his parents about it. And how he had spent the day with the hat on. And how he faced Matsuyama and his friends to get his shoes back. And about how he heard a voice at that time telling him to go. His father spoke as he looked at the hat he took from him. Kohei, to tell you the truth, When I was in elementary school, I was bullied. Eh? I was bullied, but I couldn't do anything back. I couldn't even tell my parents. And then, Isamu transferred to our school. Mizuhara Isamu-kun? Yeah. He loved baseball. We often threw a ball to each other. Then at night, we'd go to the public baths and chat about this and that, as we drank that fruit-flavoured milk. One time, he saw me getting bullied, and he told me to face them head-on. Go, 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 he said. His father said as though remembering it. When he said that, I somehow found the courage to step forward. I fought the bullies. I lost, but they didn't bully me again after that. I had no idea, Dad. Yeah. If Isamu didn't give me the strength to do what I did then, I have no idea what would have happened to me. It was the first time Kohei had seen his father talk like that. But why was this baseball cap in that locker at the public bath? Yeah. His father fell silent for a moment before speaking. Isamu was always full of energy, but in reality, he was suffering from a terrible illness. He passed away before graduation. Eh? At his funeral, his parents filled his coffin with bats and gloves. They put his hat in too. This hat should have passed with him to the other side. To the other side? But for some reason, Kohei, it was decided that you should wear that hat. His father said, and then he suddenly smiled. On Sunday, Kohei set out with his father for his father's hometown. The grounds where his father always used to throw a ball with Isamu in elementary school had greatly changed. A large road had been built, and there were several new buildings too. As the wind blew, Kohei and his father stood on the pedestrian bridge and looked out over the town. Kohei? What? Things will likely get tough from here on out as well. Things will be hard, and they'll be painful. But don't run. You must face your problems head on. Okay. His father looked at Isamu's baseball cap and felt a pang of sadness. Ah? The hat left his father's hands and seemed to fly away on the breeze. Kohei and his father looked up at the sky. The hat flew even higher than the buildings, and then got sucked into the blue sky, far, far away. Edison's Spirit Radio. This happened during the summer holidays, when I went back to my mother's family home in the countryside. 5 of my cousins were there, and we all played hide and seek together. At the time, I hid in an old shed in the yard. While I was there, I found something. It was a small box with numerous switches, knobs, and an antenna on it. It appeared to be a radio. And something was written on the back of it. Created by Edison, 1930. I took it to my grandmother to ask her about it. She said that my grandfather, who had already passed away, got it when he went to America. I tried asking her if I could have it. I really loved taking apart things like TVs and building radios. And so, in my spare time, I often tinkered with machines with a screwdriver and soldering iron in hand. That was why I loved radios so much. But there was one more reason. I really looked up to Thomas Edison. He was the world's best inventor, creating all sorts of things that were useful for humanity. Edison once said, "Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration." And so, day by day, I stood in front of my desk, hoping to become an inventor myself. Of course, I didn't really think that Edison had made this radio. But just seeing his name alone made me want it. My grandmother seemed to understand that, and she said I could take it home with me. I locked myself in my room once we got back home from the countryside, and I immediately got to work pulling apart Edison's radio. Inside there were coils, vacuum tubes, all sorts of things. But even after putting it back together and turning it on, I couldn't hear any radio programs or anything from it. No matter how much I turned the dial, there was nothing but white noise. Za, za. It was more than 80 years old, so it probably didn't work anymore. I had little choice but to leave it where it was on my desk. But that night, when I got into bed, a voice echoed in the darkness. "Yoshikazu, it's me." I jumped out of bed, turned the lights on, and looked around the room. But there was nobody there. Maybe I was just imagining things. I turned the lights off and then got back into bed. But this time, I heard somebody else cry out. "Sniffle, sniffle. Yoshikazu-kun, I'm so lonely." I sat up again. That was definitely a person's voice. Not only that, but it was Sawara-kun's voice, a classmate who died in a traffic accident last year. A chill ran down my spine, and I started trembling all over. I looked around the room, but there really was nobody there. However, I did realize something. I had left the radio turned on. I stared at the radio on my desk. Panicking, I turned it off and the voices stopped. Were the voices really coming from that? The next day, I was still frightened as I went to school. After the previous night, I was too afraid to turn the radio back on. If I really was hearing the voices of the dead coming from that radio, then it was too frightening to think about. However, when I got to class and told my friend who also liked making things about what happened, he said something unexpected. Maybe that really is an Edison invention. You mean it's the real thing? No way! You don't know? Edison did a lot of research into the other side, you know? Ah, come to think of it, I had heard that somewhere before. In his later years, he developed an interest in the occult and developed a machine to communicate with the other side. When I got home, I immediately turned the dial on Edison's radio. However, I couldn't hear a thing. But that night, a person's voice echoed in my room. Yoshikazu, are you doing well? It was the voice I heard the night before. Calming myself, I listened closely, and it was a voice I'd heard somewhere before. Oh yeah, it was my grandpa. Grandpa, it's me. How are you doing? Thank you for the radio. I screamed, and then he replied, I'm glad. I turned the dial again, and this time I heard Sawada-kun's voice. Sniffle, sniffle. Yoshikazu-kun, I want to play soccer. No doubt about it. This was the spirit radio that Edison built so you could hear voices from the other side. Sawada-kun, I can hear you. It's me, Yoshikazu. It seemed that my voice reached him, and he spoke to me about all sorts of things through the radio. About the accident that he suddenly found himself in, how sad he was, and the things he wanted to say to his family. I listened to what he had to say and promised to tell his family. I sighed and turned off the radio. I was relieved I had solved the riddle. But for some reason, I suddenly felt tired all over. The next day, I went to Sawada's house and told his family what he said. Of course, his mother didn't really believe me. But I was so serious that she came around and started crying. Then, when I got home, I turned the radio on again late that night and listened to the numerous voices of the dead. I truly understood just how great Thomas Edison was. He really was the king of inventions. I would throw myself into my studies even more to understand just how this spirit radio worked. I wanted to become even a slither as good as he was. Just recently, I started feeling more and more tired whenever I turned the spirit radio on. But still, I did my best to turn it on and listen to the voices of the dead. Suddenly, I heard what sounded like a voice speaking English. Hello? Hello? I don't really understand English. Are you Japanese? If so, then let's speak Japanese. Eh? Okay. It would appear you've been using the spirit radio for quite some time now, but to tell you the truth, it isn't finished yet. It's not finished? A tremendous amount of energy is required to use the radio. In particular, it requires the spiritual energy of the person using the radio. Spiritual energy. Ah, so that was why I was so tired. But how do you know that? Because I'm Thomas Edison. Several decades passed after that night. Paying close attention to my health, I continued listening to the spirit radio. Thanks to that, I was able to communicate with all sorts of people and came to learn all sorts of things. And so, I was able to live my life to the fullest. Now, I have passed on. At first, I was a little lost, but now I have found my reason to live, although I'm dead. And that is to build a spirit television that connects this side to that side. And yes, I'm building it alongside that same man I respected all along, Mr. Edison. The remote control bond. Geez, all you do from morning till night is sit in front of that TV. Cartoons, games. Satoshi, something needs to change, right now. As my mother screamed at me, she took the remote control from my hands and threw it at the wall. Bang! It exploded and never worked again. I picked up its remains and trembled. Ah, the remote! Why would you do that? Now I can't watch TV. Be quiet. Go to your room and study. It was last week that I had this argument with my mother. Ever since she broke the remote control, which I valued more than my own life, I had fallen into a depression. After all, if I wanted to change the channel, I had to get up and go to the TV every single time. And I couldn't change the game screen either. And my mother would just grin and say, "Go and study then." Upset, I would just watch the TV without the remote. But it was still beyond annoying. But then, my saviour appeared. When my father got home from work, he handed me an old remote. "Satoshi, maybe you can use this." Seemed that not having a remote was annoying for him too. He visited a second-hand store on the way home from work to look for one. I put some batteries in and pressed a button, and the TV actually turned on. I could even change the channels. I threw my hands into the air in triumph, poked my tongue out at my mother, and started watching TV again. But the next evening, something strange started to happen. I was watching TV with my father at the time. Suddenly, the live baseball game we were watching changed to a music program. "Hey, Satoshi, don't change the channel without asking." "I didn't do anything." My father and I looked at each other, confused, and then at the remote on the table. The remote then moved by itself, rapidly changing channels on the TV. A short while later, it stopped. At the time, I just thought it was acting weird because it was second-hand. The next day, we all went out to the department store as a family, and then we returned home in the evening. "All right, let's go inside and eat some donuts." We went into the dim living room, and the TV was already on. But it wasn't just on. It was also flicking through the channels again. Someone we'd never seen before was using the remote. A man, a woman, and a boy. 3 people were laughing as they watched our TV. We fled the living room and ran into the neighbouring bedroom. From there, we watched the strangers. Looking even closer, half their bodies were see-through. "Hey, Satoshi, are they ghosts?" my father asked, and I nodded. Yeah, they might be a ghost family. That night, the ghost family sat in our living room watching TV until morning. All our trembling family could do was sleep where we were. The next night, we discovered why that ghost family appeared. Once again, they were watching TV in our living room. My panicked father informed me of something once he got home from work. I just went to the second-hand store to ask them about the remote. So, you see... According to him, an entire family died in the next town over a few months back. This remote belonged to them. So then, they are ghosts. Are they going to take over our house? Mum, what should we do? Why are you asking me? Why don't we just throw the remote away? Satoshi, please. But it might be cursed, I said, almost in tears. With no other choice, my father went into the living room to get the remote. With a pained look on his face, he quietly approached the family. Then, he slowly reached out for the remote. But then... Suddenly, the other father grabbed my father's hand. Please, just a little longer. A little longer. Eh? A little longer? The only thing our family had to look forward to was watching TV. Even after death, we can't let it go. So please, give us just a little longer, the father said. And so, mine stopped and returned to us. I watched the family of 3 as they enjoyed a variety program on TV. The remote sat on the table. I see. So even that remote was a sign of this family's bond. They must have been a great family. So how tough must things have been if they all had to die together? My parents no doubt thought the same thing as we all watched them. Before long, the program ended. Then, the family of 3 stood up, said thank you, and slowly disappeared. The only thing that remained was the remote on the table. Seems like the ghosts have moved on. I'm glad. Seems that way. Now we can finally watch the TV ourselves. Mum, let's have dinner. Yes, I'll get it ready now, she said, and then made her way into the kitchen. However, I suddenly heard her scream. What's wrong? My father and I asked. She pointed to the microwave from the ground, where she sat trembling. The rice is gone! Looking closer, seemed the ghost family had piled bowls of rice at the table that they were eating. Ah, come to think of it, my father muttered, as though remembering something. When I bought that remote, I also bought a second-hand microwave from the same store. I mean, you said the other day that ours was broken, right? I see. This time, it's the microwave. They're bonded with the microwave. We should break it. Satoshi, please. No, I don't want to be cursed. Dad, you do it. The ghost family of 3 ignored us and continued happily eating their food. The Peaceful Road. Ryosuke was only 12, and yet he had spent the last 2 years sick in the hospital. But just a few short days ago, he was finally healthy enough to go home. He was beyond pleased that he could walk around outside on his own 2 feet. And so, he walked around the neighborhood every single day. But then one day, he approached a small road that cut through the residential area. This small path was lined with trees and wide enough for roughly 5 school children to cross at the same time. It was beautifully paved with stones, and next to it was a small river and beautiful flowers. Neither cars nor bikes could enter it. Sometimes a bicycle passed, but he rarely saw anyone riding too quickly there. He saw mothers pushing prams and elderly women walking their dogs. It was a road that people used at their own pace. Ryosuke was happy to find such a nice place. Suddenly, as he looked to the side of it, he saw the name of the road written on a sign. The Peaceful Road. Seeing that, Ryosuke was shocked. When he was in the hospital, he had heard a story about that very same road. It happened exactly 5 years ago, when a first-grade boy was walking alone down the peaceful road. A large black dog from nearby was roaming free when it attacked him, and the boy died. After that, flowers were placed beside the peaceful road each day. And each morning, the boy's mother put flowers and sweets for him there too. And sometimes that mother sat by the side of the road. She sat there like a stone, out of the way so she didn't disturb anyone passing by. She visited that road every single day. The locals watched her condition deteriorate day by day. But despite their concerns, it wasn't long until she ended her own life. She was unable to bear the pain of losing her son. And after she passed away, nobody placed flowers in tribute by the peaceful road anymore. And as time passed, the incident faded from people's minds. But then, 6 months after the boy's mother died, a strange rumor began to spread amongst the local children. If you walk along the peaceful road by yourself, a woman will approach you. She will approach you to ask you something. That was as much as Ryosuke heard while in the hospital. Nobody knew what happened after she asked you for something. For some reason, whenever it reached that part, everyone got scared and ran away. And now that he had remembered that story, he debated whether he should keep walking or go back. But there were still people around, so he decided to keep walking down the peaceful road. A parent and child were holding hands while looking at the nearby river. Young boys were riding their bikes, and everyone appeared to be enjoying themselves. Ryosuke started to think those rumors had to be just that. Rumors. Then, he saw a woman squatting by the side of the road up ahead. She sat there like a stone, out of the way so she didn't disturb anyone passing by. It couldn't be. At some point, the peaceful road had fallen silent, and Ryosuke suddenly picked up the pace. If you walk along the peaceful road by yourself, a woman will approach you. She will approach you to ask you something. That story swirled around in his head. Before long, he stood right behind that squatting woman. He quickly glanced at her. The light filtering through the trees from the setting sun dyed the woman's back red. And then... "Hello?" Ryosuke jumped and almost screamed. Panicking, he looked around, but there was nobody else there. "Hello?" He heard it again. The owner of that voice was without a doubt the squatting woman. "Hello?" The woman continued, her back still to him. "There's something I'd like to ask you." "Eh?" The woman asked him something, just like the rumors said she would. Ryosuke was scared, but he planted his feet firmly on the ground and readied himself. "There's something I'd like to ask you," the woman spoke again. "What is it?" Ryosuke asked as confidently as he could. "Would you mind exchanging your shoes with those of my child's?" she said. "Eh? My shoes?" Ryosuke repeated. And then, right in front of his eyes, suddenly something red began to float. They were red sports shoes. No, they were white sports shoes that were red with blood. "Your shoes. Will you exchange them with my child's?" Ryosuke's legs began to tremble. He was so scared that he wanted to run away as soon as possible. But he forced himself to remain, and then he replied, "Shoes, they won't fit, so I can't exchange them." It was true. Ryosuke's were about 5 centimeters longer than the blood-covered ones. Then, the sports shoes disappeared. "Well then, please exchange this instead," the voice said, and something red floated in the shadow of the trees across the way. "Please exchange your body with his." The red thing came closer, and Ryosuke closed his eyes before he could stop himself. It was, no doubt, the body of the boy who was attacked by the large dog. "Please change with him. Please exchange bodies." I can't," Ryosuke said desperately. "My body is mine. If I didn't have it anymore, my father and mother would be really sad. I can't exchange bodies. I can't." His words echoed like a monk chanting a sutra at a temple. The red thing that was approaching him suddenly disappeared. And, having stood his ground thus far, even Ryosuke found himself scared and was about to run when... a cold hand suddenly grabbed him. He turned around. A woman with long hair covering her face was standing right there. "Ua!" Ryosuke fell on his backside. "Hey, why?" the voice asked, sounding confused. "When I spoke to the other children, they ran before I could even ask them. You're the first to hear me out without running away." "Well, are you brave? You're not afraid of things like me?" Ryosuke answered clearly. "I am afraid. I'm not brave at all. I'm a scaredy cat. But I spent 2 years in the hospital, and now I can finally walk around by myself. I thought that I should cherish whoever I run into while I'm out and about. Is that so? Does that mean even ghosts? Yes. So, children like you exist, huh? Thank you for hearing me out. As the woman said that and appeared to smile, a warm breeze blew over Ryosuke. Goodbye, and take care. Ryosuke heard a faint voice on the wind. After that, the ghost on the peaceful road was never seen again. And even now, Ryosuke is still walking around town as healthy as ever.